Unless you've been living under a rock, you know that I'm on the mission of giving away everything away for free. Every single real estate course, every single wholesaling course to scale to 7 figures, to scale to 6 figures. And I'm going to beat your gurus that are going to charge you $5,000 to $10,000 for these programs. In this YouTube channel, you're going to find everything away for free for you to scale your business. After giving away my crash course on Facebook ads, I had a genius idea. What if I actually give away everything that is working right now, this week, this year,
and for next year,
completely for free? And I'm gonna give more than 10 to 15 hours away in this video, so you can grab a huge pen and note-taking paper so that you can actually learn everything from here about lead generation, generating motivated sellers, and using Facebook ads to get them. And I'm talking about the exact same strategies that we are using to generate $50 to $75 all the way to $100 cost per quality lead, unless you want to keep paying garbage leads that are highly cost by paper lead companies that don't really want to give you the real ones, and they are hiding their actual mechanisms and their sources. I don't know why, but they don't tell you where the leads come from. I'm going to tell you how you're going to generate them with Facebook ads. So over the next 10 to 15 hours, you're going to learn everything from click to close on how to set up the campaigns, how to put together the ads, how to put together copywriting, how to put together the video, how to think about the entire funnel so you can actually convert cold traffic into contracts. And there's a few things that if you watch in this YouTube channel, a few hidden bonuses, I'm gonna include that as well. But hey, here's the thing. You're gonna start implementing this and building your own Facebook ads. And don't just steal my face, please, unless you wanna make me famous. But please, and just take into account that some gurus will charge you $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 for this education, and I'm gonna give it to you completely for free. So let's dive into this right now. What is going on, you guys? You guys just recently got this course to help your wholesaling business scale up with advertising. And I'm very excited to go this with you because this course, my goal of this course is for you to get the most amount of value. Now, who am I? My name is Esteban Andrade. I am the owner of Hustle Media, or motivatedselleronline.com, where we get sellers for wholesalers and REI companies so that they can scale to multiple 7 figures per year. Top of our clients are actually making $3, $5, $7 million per year. And we work with different communities and different companies that are in the wholesaling space, and different coaches and other education companies also trust us. We've been doing this for over 4 years, and we generated a lot of revenue for our clients, over $30 million in tracked revenue to be more exact. And we do everything through paid advertising. So what is the goal of this course? This course is going to be focused on meta advertising. Again, our company gets sellers, right? And we're going to help you get sellers with this blueprint. I'm going to teach you exactly the paid ad system that gets our clients hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. And it's a scalable way, it's a measurable way, and it's a predictable way that you can actually ramp up in just a few months and start getting highly qualified, motivated sellers, clients for your business. So I'm going to go over a few things here about the system and how you're going to win. This is the welcome video, so pay attention closely about this video, all right? Let's dive into this. I'm going to go over the paid ad system that we use to help REIs scale over $100,000 per month. And this is the Facebook ads crash course. So this entire system has actually helped our clients get sellers, all right? So what's the concept of this? I want to make sure that this course is very actionable. Like you guys can just get things done and get it done in a matter of minutes. All right. In a matter of 1 day, 24 hours, 48 hours, you can turn it around. So what's the first concept? Lead generation starts, and Facebook ads starts, or Google ads. In this case, we're going to go over Facebook ads course. So the lead generation is what is going to drive revenue at the beginning, right? Because we need leads in order to drive revenue. So this is an example of an ad, right? And that ad specifically will do a lead form. We're going to start with lead forms. It's the easiest way to do it.
without any complex funnels or any complex quiz forms or whatever, which I'm going to explain obviously to that too as well. But we're going to get them to actually schedule a call. This is very important because we need intentional sellers. We need people may go away. And then we're going to get them to schedule a call. This is very important because we need intentional sellers. We need sellers that actually have the urgency of talking with you right now. And based on data, about 30 to 60 or 80% of sellers will actually schedule. It just depends on your funnel, depends on your market, depends on how everything's done. But I've seen as high as 70% of sellers actually schedule. 50%, let's say, give or take, is a good average. All right. So we want them to schedule a call and book a call in your calendar. I'm going to explain to you how that's being done. All right. So that's part of the lead nurture. This other part, which is acquisition or the sales process. All right. So the first sale that you got to do, the first acquisition step is going to be getting the deals under contract. You're going to assign it to a buyer for a good profit so you can actually get it to actually close and make money and also get buyers to buy more, obviously, right? That's the other part of acquisitions and dispositions. This is where you focus on conversion, but obviously conversion cannot happen if you don't have leads. So you ultimately need leads. So that's why this course is very important for you guys, right? Because we need to get sellers. Okay. So what's the goal of this? So what is the goal of this acquisition process? Okay. We need to create a streamlined client acquisition process, which has shorter cash conversion cycle than any cold calling or even direct mail or any outbound method, or that's including agent outreach and so on, right? We need something that is better than that because that takes way long, 6 to 9 months to get a deal, right? We need something that takes 45 days to 95 days, and that can give us $3 back at least minimum for every $1 in that we put in. And that is going to be achieved through paid advertising. Okay. So paid advertising, you put in $1, $1 in, get $3 back. That's the bare minimum that we gotta accept. All right. That's our ROI on ad spend. All right. Now, obviously, if you go for 4, that's great. You go for 5, that's good. But like this, a good maintainable ad spend, something that's profitable, which means that every dollar that comes in gives you $3 back. If you spend $10,000, you should be getting $30,000 in deals at least. And this creates a predictable machine. Okay. This is an example if you were to be doing it in a monthly math calculator. So, for example, if you were to have a 70% contract to close ratio, right here, and your average deal size is $20,000. All right. So how do you get to the $100,000 goal? You need to get 5 deals, right? 5 deals closed, and ultimately, if each lead costs $150, worst case scenario on Facebook, which is high quality lead, you need about 84 leads per month. And if it is a lead to deal, it's about 12. And again, out of those 12, 2 fall out. You would get 5 deals. You're spending $12,600 in marketing. Okay. Estimated cost per deal, $2,500. This is closed deal, right? If we have a $15,000 average size, then the math changes a little bit. So the way that you increase and the way that you grow a business is by getting more clients, getting bigger clients, or getting more deals, getting bigger deals, and getting repeated customers, right? So there's 3 ways. In this case, more sellers that are going to close more deals, bigger deals, and repeated buyers. Okay. The profit math for just one $15,000, it shows that it gets 5x if we are maintaining an average lead cost of $120. We're spending ad spend of 20% over time and a conversion rate of 1 out of 20. That could potentially leave us at 5x. All right. So, all right. So 1 out of 20, that's 5%. And then That's a long-term conversion. Short-term conversion is 0.5%, which is how well you convert in the short term, and compounded conversion, which is with follow-up, is 0.5% extra. So you are taking into account lifetime conversion, you're taking into account short-term conversion, and you're taking into account compounded conversion, which is what you achieve from follow-up. So in that year, you could potentially make $550,000, right? And or an annual revenue is actually $634,000, but after ad spend, then you make $550,000, right? This is by maintaining an ad spend of about $3,000 per month, and you're increasing it 20% after month 3, 20%, 20%, 30% until you're spending $15,000 per month essentially. And now you're getting about 7 to 8 deals per month. Okay. All right. So what's included in this course? This course has the step-by-step on how to build ad campaigns, use our exact $1 million RApreneurs blueprint, learn and execute fast. That's very important. It also includes our done-for-you creative templates, where you can create based on pictures and videos. I'm going to give you templates using Canva, using video systems, and so on. Our plug-and-play system for winning ads, and also our winning copy frameworks. All right. So you can learn how to create copy, which is text words used in ads. It's a done for you ad copy that you can edit and deploy. That's what's going to be included. I need you to follow Get Sellers by Hustle Media at Instagram and also at Estenic. You can see all the free stuff that I always put in there. As a matter of fact, a few posts have gone very viral because I give a lot of free stuff. I give scripts, I give frameworks, I give templates, I give free ads and so on, so that you can learn more about what offers convert, how to get leads to show, how to convert them into deals with shorter cash conversion cycle. Again, go to an Instagram, follow at Estenic and also Hustle Media. All right. So again, going back to this simple funnel in like the very top view, I actually have the flow map that goes through more in detail about these things. But this is the first step in acquisitions, getting sellers. And I'm gonna teach you guys a framework called SACA. This actually is a system that my business partner Omer came up with. Set appointments, close appointments. That's your entire goal here. Set appointments and close appointments, right? For those that don't know me, my name is Esteban Andrade. I'm the owner of Hustle Media, motivatedselleronline.com, and I've run an agency for over 4 years now, very successfully, making a lot of money for our clients, over $30 million in reported assignments and flips from our clients. And it keeps growing, right? And as a matter of fact, if you go to our YouTube channel, you're going to be able to see that a few of our clients are continuously winning, getting case studies, deals done, and so on. My goal is to save you time and make you a lot of money by giving you the exact ads blueprint our team and our clients use to generate high quality real estate leads and help you dominate the market. Okay. In the spirit of saving you time in the YouTube channel, and use this speed. In spirit of saving you time, if you're watching this on YouTube or watching this in any type of video platform, just use the speed controller. Go to 1.5x or 2x. This is going to be very important for you guys to learn fast. It's a hack that I learned. Okay. All right, guys. So now let's go dive into this. I'm really excited. I'm really, really excited to dive into this course. Let's get to it. Welcome everyone to this course, the Get Sellers online course for you to learn how to get motivated sellers online. And look, this is going to be one of the best marketing courses that you would ever take. I promise you this. I don't take this lightly. Whenever we're creating this course, me and my team, we're putting everything together from step-by-step playbooks, different templates, and for you to understand how to generate more motivated seller leads. So let's start with the first concept, that everyone in the real estate wholesaling and investing space need to actually have very clear. And this one is how to get more deals for less. The first number that we need to know
and we need to fully understand is called CAC. This case is actually called client acquisition cost. So with the client acquisition cost in this space is basically the same thing as cost per deal. So the cost per deal, or CPD, right? It's going to be the amount of money that it's going to take to acquire one deal, one customer. But overall, CAC is marketing and sales cost divided by the deals acquired. So in any industry, is marketing, sales cost, and operations. Like we're talking here, marketing, the person you pay for the marketing, the ads, and the salespeople, divided by the number of customers that you have acquired. So in this case, for instance, CAC, if you spend overall $5,000, including the ad spend, including whatever you pay to your people, operations and marketing and so on, and you acquire 2 deals, you're paying $2,500 cost per deal. And overall, in this space, whenever you're running online leads, it's going to be about $3,000 to $5,000, more or less. That's around the cost per deal. All right. So in different markets, it varies. There's 3 main components about cost per deal. The first component is lead generation, and this is going to determine a lot of the costs per that has to do with the cost per deal. So lead gen is getting more leads at the best possible price, right? Better leads. The second one is lead nurture. Get leads to schedule calls and show up at the highest possible rates. And the third one, it's going to be sales. So closing the most amount of shows, people that show up to appointments and pick up the phone at the highest possible cash collected. So this is going to be the deal size, right? So let's dive into that. So each one of these is what we call the core functions in a wholesaling acquisition business, or whatever, whether you're running innovations or whatever, right? Lead gen, nurture, and sales. Obviously, there's other core functions after that in order to disposition the deal and so on, right? But in order for you to actually have sales, you need lead nurture. In order to have lead nurture, you have to have lead gen. And each one of this is a prerequisite to the other one, to the next one. Lead gen to nurture to sales, okay? And without leads, you don't get shows. And without shows, you don't get sales. So that's why you generate leads, you generate appointments, you get those appointments to show up, and you close on those appointments, okay? So the most important part of this is not that leads equals sales. Leads does not equal sales, because I can send you so many leads and put you in front of so many motivated people. That does not mean it's going to close. There's different components that will determine your cost per deal, that will determine whether you're going to have the deal done or not. And I'm going to talk about it's basically 4 components: your offers, your lead nurture and follow-up, your sales skills, and the mindset that you put in there. Okay. So, all right. So each one of these core functions is just one part of the acquisitions model in wholesaling real estate. So think of this like a deal pipeline. So for instance, it's a compound movement that has massive ROI when done right. So if your deal volume plateaued, there are 4 key choke points to audit first. The first one is going to be you're getting trash leads or the wrong targeting or the wrong channels for your target market. You're not getting them fast enough, or your offer engine is not evolving, is not solving the problem, the sellers, or your follow-up and close game is weak. Literally, these are the main 4 components. So weak entry point number 1, which is going to be marketing, right? So weak entry point number 1, you're running PPC or Facebook ads, but attracting just curious people as opposed to serious people. People that maybe want to sell as opposed to people that have to sell and they are truly motivated. And these are not truly motivated leads. For example, if you refine your retargeting, right? If you refine your ad copy, your messaging, your angle, your offer, and your funnel, you will qualify up front and then ultimately get the most possible highest amount of qualified leads. And it's okay to pay more for these. Okay. Now, the weak midpoint right now is the lead intake and the sales process. What does that mean? The midpoint would be the lead comes in, sits. Maybe you call once, maybe your CRM sends an email, but they ghost you. So to fix this, for example, is speed to lead, generating live transfers, generating appointments, making sure that they actually show up, indoctrinating them before the appointment happened, 2 to 5 minute follow-up rule, So doing three calls back to back, same day, whenever, as soon as the lead comes in, right? Being able to get them on the phone within 60 to 120 seconds, right? As soon as the lead comes in, and just having a system to get people on the phone, right? And being able to indoctrinate these people, elevate the trust that they need in order for them to trust you. Okay. And ultimately actually having a human triage. The other component would be like doing AI triage. So you could implement AI systems to make this happen. And we can walk through all that stuff, how that look like. There's a few people that we ultimately have used or tools. And the weak high point, for example, the offer conversion, this at this point you made the offer, but they need to think about it, right? Happens when your discovery was shallow, you don't have a strong discovery, you don't have a strong frame. Sellers take over the frame, they take over the sales call, and they just do whatever they want with you. Okay, they do a more of a logical, price driven type of conversation as opposed to like emotional driven conversation. In order to fix this, you got to master sales. So, for example, NEPQ, understanding timeline, condition, motivation, price, but ultimately being able to find gaps of people emotionally, not just logically, because people don't make decisions logically. People make decisions emotionally, and then they justify logically. So, make offers that fit the seller's story. In this case, for example, if you're just a one-trick pony with wholesaling, you're dead in the water. Okay. All right, let's keep going. And the next one is weak lockup. So closing and follow up. So if they said yes, but never signed, or they ghost after verbal commitment, you probably have a terrible onboarding process. You probably have a terrible closing process. You could use urgency triggers, disqualify with confidence, ultimately do takeaways, create a path to close with soft deadlines, make sure that you have a handoff, a handshake with your operational team that is going to make sure that this is going to be closing, right? And have a 6 to 12 month nurture automations live in your CRM as well, and making sure that you establish a very real connection with the seller. So each one of these weak points require their own specific methods of fixing, right? So, for example, to increase or decrease your cost, to improve your cost per acquisition or cost per deal on the lead gen, to get more leads at the best possible price, there is different constraints that you may have right now that you're not aware of, that I'm going to be able to walk you through one sheet of big constraints on every single stage of the funnel, so that you actually are able to diagnose this and reverse engineer it. So the whole point of lead generation is to get leads at the lowest possible cost with the highest percentage chance of this people to convert. So the most qualified lead possible, right? There's many ways to actually qualify people to understand how qualified they are. But here's our framework to get more leads. So we start with paid ads. Paid ads has the biggest TAM because we're gonna be able to run ads and everyone is online. Literally everyone is online. They say there's statistics that about 92% of people start a search online to be able to figure out a solution, right? And then about 70+% of people actually start working with someone that they trust online, whether that they ended up going to a website with lawyers, website with realtors, website of real estate investors, whatever, right? The second one is posting content. Okay. The third one is warm outreach. And a lot of you guys are already doing this one. And the fourth one is referrals. But each one of these, even though there are different ones, they're going to give you more leads. The quality will be different. And from when you go from top to bottom, it's more leads, and bottom, less leads, higher conversion on referrals, right? Less conversions on paid ads, but in terms of conversion ratio, but your TAM, your target, your addressable market, it's going to be much greater when you go upstream. Okay. Now, it's going to cost a lot more for you to acquire a deal when you're running paid ads. I'm telling you right now, it's going to cost less when you're posting content, whenever you're doing warm outreach to realtors, or whenever you're doing outreach on cold calling, whatever, referrals, SMS marketing. It's going to be costing way less, but it's highly scalable because the TAM, target addressable market, is much greater. Okay. Now, the key here is that if you want your real estate wholesaling and investing business to actually grow, you have to have all of them in time. So, for instance, as you see here from top down, paid ads, posting content, warm outreach, referrals, these are all different methods for you to generate leads and acquire more deals, right? And in the bottom one, you're going to have referrals, whether, people send you leads or deals, and then warm outreach could be agent outreach, SMS, cold calling, that, posting content, whether that's your website, SEO, or so on. But paid ads, the biggest one, is that you have a much larger TAM, target addressable market. So you're going to be able to actually target a lot more people than any of this. So if you're running paid ads, it's going to get you more eyeballs and leads and recognition than any other step in this funnel. And it's going to drive a lot more organic leads to your website and social media because it's going to help you go to one to many. This is how you leverage media properly. Okay. Now, for instance, here, if you're posting content, it's going to make our paid ads or any paid ads that you run a lot more effective. So, for instance, if you're doing SEO, right? Paid ads is going to help you with the SEO. If you're doing YouTube video posting, it's going to help you with that. If you're doing social media, it's going to help you with that, and create way more warm outreach opportunities than any other before. Even if you get only if you can actually do warm outreach, posting content, or paid ads. Okay. So the best way to get more leads guaranteed is really running paid ads. But if you do this wrong, you're going to waste a lot of marketing spend, right? So it will get the most amount of leads for less amount of effort, also known as ROI. So here's a graphic of effort and potential ROI. Paid ads is the least amount of effort, the most amount of potential ROI for your time and money. Because the other ones will take a lot more time, a lot more effort to actually get, even though they have a higher conversion rate and potentially less cost per deal. Now, which is why it's at the top of the funnel with the right offer, the right creative, the right copy. It's the engine that drives the rest of the funnel. Paid ads. The platforms that are the best for wholesalers and flippers are these ones. So there's one called the tier one platforms. These platforms are only going to be Instagram and Facebook. These are tier one. This is where a lot of wholesalers, if you do this wrong, will get a lot of deals. Now, tier two platforms, it's going to be Google PPC, search terms, ultimately being able to have intent-based search, paid advertising. In some markets, tier one platforms will be Google. It will flip depending on the market where you are. So for instance, it's really, really good for you to do Google advertising in a lot of parts in Florida, but also it's really good for you to do Facebook advertising in a lot of parts of Florida. I know a lot of people that been running Facebook ads in Michigan, and they nonstop are getting a lot of really good leads. That's where I actually got started. And Google Ads is just a little bit more expensive. In some markets, Google Ads is going to be the tier one platform. The platforms that are the best for wholesalers at the end, it's going to be this ones. Tier three, it's going to be TikTok and YouTube. These are other ones that you can ultimately test. We also run a lot of these paid advertising campaigns as well for our clients and for our pay per lead platform. So now I would say if you master this first, which is Instagram and Facebook, you will be able to actually get something going. Before we do all of them, we need to actually become masters of only one thing. Has anyone ever told you that in order for you to become great at something, you have to focus on only one thing? Okay, so I recommend that you master these ones first. Instagram and Facebook, which is tier one platforms that you can ultimately master. Yes, Google is another good one for different markets, but in this course, we're going to go over Facebook. Then you ultimately start testing Google PPC search type of campaigns, right? And finally, tier three, which is TikTok and YouTube Shorts. For ads to work best, we're going to need three things. Let's walk through that. One is a grand slam offer. Two, scroll stopping creatives. And three, a great copywriting. So if you have all these three, these are the great components for ads. Now, we spent over 8 figures finding the best offers for real estate investing, wholesaling, and flipping space. And here's the thing, they all include these components. They find short-term outcome, minutes, 7 days or 14 days, convenient terms, and extra money in the pocket specifically, and they follow the value equation. So this is what Alex Hermosi has coined
which is the value equation of the dream outcome multiplied by the perceived likelihood of achievement divided by time delay and effort and sacrifice multiplied, right? And this, what ultimately tells us is that we can ultimately include cash offers, speed and security offers, higher terms or more money, extra money for moving out, or extra money if they actually qualify, maybe giving them $1,000 to move out, maybe giving them $7,000 over any other real estate investor they would give, because you have the ability to novate, creative financing, or just full price, right? Or top dollar, close to top dollar. Okay. And creative falls into two categories: images and videos. For images, we have to make them scroll stopping. So, for example, a house, a human. Now with AI, you can create all of this using ChatGPT or other AI technologies out there, and put the offer and the headline with the benefits and the creative. I created an entire session about this. There's an entire module that talks about creative. Okay. It is very easy to quickly make a lot of images to test in Canva using this framework. Now, once again, you have videos and static creatives. The rule of thumb is that I actually test about 20% of static creatives with 80% of videos every single time. And it gives me really the best results. And sometimes the static creatives actually outperform the videos. Now, they may not indoctrinate or pre-sell through a video because they're not watching the video, but it definitely gets attention. And as long as you have a great funnel and a good landing page that ultimately indoctrinates and also pre-sells the idea of them working with you, then you're going to ultimately increase the quality of the lead. I'm going to go over that. Video ads are a bit more broad in what works because a lot of it depends on current trends on platforms. So, for example, I'm going to give you a few examples and a few templates. We have here talking heads. We have here selfie walking around the property. We have here full body, right? Interviews with testimonials or case studies with clients and so on. But here are some of the angles that you can actually test for your ads. Top trends with a call to action. So you'll see in social media the top trends. Direct to camera pitch, which is ultimately a talking head. Walking through the house as you talk and ultimately getting them attention and changing scenes. Client testimonials, no before, after, it's just stories. And crew working on a house as we have sellers being paid, for example. A hype sequence video with sequence text overlay for pitch, okay, and a call to action, and a big check sequence video. So, for example, like you're giving big checks to your clients inside of the title company or in your office and so on. All right, let me quickly walk you through the different ads examples that we have using video. And this is where the short form funnel actually comes in whenever we're working with short form video advertising for our clients or for ourselves. We categorized and put together the different formats of type of videos that you would see. So here, some examples of clients actually running different type of videos. As you saw on the slide, well, there's different type, right? There's different formats, talking form. So let's walk through it. So there's there is talking form. So the example is, for instance, someone talking in front of the camera, like this one right here, where it could be some sort of selfie style, but just in front of the camera using a tripod, right? The next one is going to be audio, B-roll, and text. So this one, it could be just B-roll of you walking through the property, and there's a voiceover and text editing on top of it. The next one is going to be just voiceover. The next one is going to be my story. So you can talk about your story helping other homeowners, talking back and forth. So you can actually literally do back and forth as if you're recording one individual, as if it was a skit. You record one individual this way, and then you record the other individual this way. So you talk back and forth with yourself. You can change clothes and so on. Viral type of video. So this is for reaction and talking. So you can react to something that is going on right now. So for instance, if you're reacting towards like the elections, or you're reacting to something that is happening right now in the world, and then you ultimately will relate it, tied down to helping homeowners buy their house. The day in the life. So you can always do a day in the life of you walking through properties, buying houses, and helping homeowners get outside of difficult situations. And it would be essentially a voiceover with B-rolls where you talk about your day-in-day life as a real estate investor and how you have helped other people. Setting changes. So you would just change settings. Like, for example, you start in the couch, then you go to the kitchen, then you go to your office, then you go inside the house, outside of the house, and so on. Multitasking will be doing different things, such as like preparing coffee, preparing for a contract, doing a phone call, and so on. Visual, like you could potentially grab visual things, colorful things, and so on, and put them in front of them, whether that's a cup, whether that's placeholder, whether that's a lighting, something, and you ultimately will just do some sort of visual example. One person Q&A, for example, well, you would do kind of like podcast format where someone will either like ask you a question behind the camera and you'll just answer as a Q&A. This is really good for creating videos in your thank you page that essentially cover everything that homeowners need to know. Post-it note reveal. So this works really well for B2B, but you can literally have a board and then essentially you have sticky notes. You will just cover certain words and then just essentially post-it note. You just reveal whatever is inside the sticky note. Green screen, you could be in front of a camera, in front of a person, a place, and then using the green screen technology of CapCut or something like that, you just change the background. Split screen, well, you would essentially will have either two views of a screen and so on, whether something is happening right now, third party view, first person, or there's a B-roll going on. A stage video, it will be a reaction and something else. All right. The other thing is like things that sellers would say. So here's a few examples of what clients have done. This one right here is seller testimonial and case study. So right here, Tyler, for example, is right next to the homeowner, asking him about the situation that happened before. How did they find him? And then essentially what happened after they fulfilled on the promise with a testimony, right? That works really well and resells people on the mission. Here's right now, I think this one is also a seller testimonial. Nope. This one is actually with the business partner right in here. This one right here, let's see. Here you go. It's a female and talking head. This one is walking through the property, and I believe it also has some B-rolls. It's actually just, B-rolls going through the property, walking through the property. That works really, really well. This one right here. Lots of B-rolls and voiceovers. There you go. So those are the ones that work. I'll be more than happy to send you all the examples in the course in the templates and resources module. Big things that you need to ultimately make sure to do in order to highlight in the video ads. Who you want to call out, right? Who is it that you're actually talking to? What they get, the big benefit, and how to learn more about the offer. So Frank Kern talks about this all the time. Who is it that we are actually talking to? What is it that they want? And how do they get what they want? Okay. So this is very simple framework. There's different frameworks like DA or other frameworks that ultimately work for copywriting, creating videos. But for great copy that converts, here are the 9 things we found that needs to be included. Number 1 is messaging buckets. So this is the different buckets that you would ultimately have to create and the angles that you would have that goes all over the ad. The headline, the call out, the offer, the reason why they need to do it, the bullets around the core message, and the benefit of the benefit, the call to action, and the PS. I'm going to go over that. The first one, messaging buckets. There are 7 types of messaging buckets that we found to work. Number 1 is the dream outcome. So finally, get rid of the house, for example. Debt-free, move closer to family, start fresh, no more headaches, no more tenants, no more code violations. You see how this is an angle? Getting them into a pain point or a desired outcome. Now, results. That's number 2. We help the family sell in 7 days, just like Maria or Mary, closing 48 hours with no repairs, inherited property sold without probate drama, no closing cost, no showings. Number 3, experience. It felt like a weight off my shoulders. They didn't treat me like a number. I didn't have to lift a finger. They actually listened to what I needed. And this ultimately comes from client testimonials or case studies, and this would be a really great angle. Number 4, bit different. We're not agents. We don't do listings. We don't do commissions. There's no pressure. We buy assets. We handle squatters, liens, tenants, moving costs, whatever, right? Number 5, selling. Get a cash offer in 10 minutes. We'll buy your offer directly. You need to close fast? We can do it. You don't pay a dime. Number 6, unique mechanism. So this is the unique selling proposition. We help you skip showings, agents, and delays. Our team works with attorneys, probate courts, and city inspectors for you. We've got private buyers ready today. A good one that I like for unique mechanism is like we have this new home buying program that helps you sell your house fast and a higher terms where it's closer to full price. Number 7, sustainability. Hundreds of homeowners helped in your area, still going strong after 7 years buying in South Florida. We don't just flip, we help you move forward. So there's are all different messaging buckets and angles that you can actually take. So number 2 is going to be the headlines. Then here's 3 types of headlines that we found to work. Offering copy with subhead or hook. So for example, we got here, right here, the page, right? The page, it could help as a headline. And then we have all the way on top, the offer. We're actually talking about the offer. We're talking about the things that we can do for them. This is the type of headline that we're talking, all right? So right in here, get cash offer for your home in 24 hours. Then, hey, cities, or you're calling out your audience, okay? Now, this number 2 is offer in placement. So right in here. So 7,000 more than if you list it, guaranteed, or I'll give you $5,000 on top of your cash offer, or we buy as is, $1,000 extra, $1,000 to move in or to move out. Okay, and the offer ultimately in the ad. So make sure that you put the offer in the ad as a bold headline. Okay. Number 3, call-outs. There are 2 types of call-outs. And we found to work, these are the ones. Okay. Who you want. So essentially you call out your audience, the people that live, for example, in Dallas and San Antonio, right? We're willing to pay more for the properties. We help property owners in all kinds of situations. So number 2 is who you don't want. So you can always say who you don't want so they actually are filtered out with your copy. Okay, now the offer. This one is an easy one because you should just include the name of the offer, of the method, of the unique mechanism, and the big promise. So, for example, well, this one doesn't necessarily have it, but you can have this home buying method have helped over 100 homeowners in your area sell their house in less than 7 days. And we're going to be able to give you top dollar for your property, for example. Or, hey, we got good news and bad news. The good news is that right now there's multiple buyers for your market. And so there's different ways to actually put your offer, whether that's in the top of the text in your creative or right here in the headline. Number 5 would be the reason why. So I don't know if you know about this, but whenever people have a reason of doing something and the reason is explained, and ultimately, and I don't know, maybe you want to get a discount or some sort of good deal for some sort of product, there always should be something to do it for, whether that's celebrating a birthday, celebrating a holiday, celebrating a special event, a special day, something that happened, an occurrence, whatever. So when you make a crazy offer for a reason and you explain the reason, people will take it even more seriously. That's how that's what it works. So for example, fast cash, flexible terms, no repairs. Sellers will be ultimately skeptical if they're not given a reason, but you need a reason why so they don't think it's too good to be true. Read about this. It's a study done, literally human psychology. It tells you like whenever you actually have that reason, you will follow that person. That's why, you got Black Friday and, all these holidays, every single time that it happens, you ultimately now are going for it, right? Because there's a reason. So, for example, at the end of every month, you can ultimately give a reason why. Or at the end, for instance, in your ad, you can actually explain the reason. So, for example, right here, hi, I'm looking for 3 homeowners in the city who need to sell their property quickly. We're testing a new program where you can sell assets with no commissions or showings, and it will even let you stay for up to 30 days after closing is needed, and will guarantee you $1,000 on top or whatever. And we're only doing this for 3 properties this month so we can collect honest feedback and show proof of how well it works. That's it. No catch, no gimmicks, just looking to improve and help more sellers. This is just one example, and it could be also applied to different reactivation campaigns that you ultimately would do. Number 6, the 3 bullets on their core message. So these 3 bullets should include feature benefit. So for example, what you get: stellar house assets, skip repairs, cleaning, or showings, no commissions or fees, keep more money in your pocket, get up to 30 days to move out after closing, and much, much more. And here's what to expect: as fast, hassle-free, no agent listings, and open houses, a fair no obligation cash offer within 24 hours, tons of support to ensure that you're not just selling but getting a peace of mind. And you can always improve this offer. There's going to be an entire module that talks about the different offers that we have actually run, and you can actually run too. Okay. And number 7, the benefit of the benefit. So sell fast, no hustle, for example. That sounds nice, but no one really knows what that actually means. Or guarantee, whatever. No one really knows what that actually means. And what it actually means is that if we agree on a price, you won't need to lift a finger. No cleaning, repair showings, or open houses. If you're in a tough situation, behind on payments, relocating, inherited a property, or just tired of dealing with it, we'll buy it as is, close on your timeline, and even let you stay 30 days after closing if needed. It's not just about speed, it's about peace of mind, control, and getting your time and sanity back. So, for example, another one: cash in days, not months. So imagine waking up on Monday stressed about bills, and by Friday, you've got $30,000 sitting in your bank account. No listings, no waiting, no BS. You're no longer thinking about fixing the roof or chasing down a flaky tenant. You're thinking about what's next: pay off debt, help your family, start fresh in a new state or city. And the best part, you didn't have to wait 3 months, clean the house, and beg a buyer to show up. So, benefit of the benefit. And number 8, call to action. So tell them how to reach out and what happens next. So if you want to sell your house fast without stress, click below and tell us about the property. Schedule your no pressure cash offer call. And don't reach out if you don't love dealing with, and PS, don't reach out if you love dealing with agents, repairs, or open houses. So you see how we're filtering it out. And the last part, the PS. So the 7 PS, so you can ultimately use it for seller facing messages. Damaging admission: we're not the biggest company in Florida, but we're the ones who actually care and follow through. No low balls, no games. Reinforcing the call to action: if you're still thinking about selling, reach out now. We can give you a no obligation offer this week. Scarcity: we're only working with 2 more homeowners this month. If you're serious, let's talk. Authority: we've helped over 500 families avoid foreclosure, get out of bad tenants, and sell stress free. Call away: if you're stuck with a property you don't want or don't know what to do next, let's talk. Number 6, make them feel good. You've made it this far, and that means you care about solving this. That's powerful. Number 7, positive association. If this message resonates with you, odds are we're the right buyer for your situation. And ultimately, you can also call out the different people that they associate with. For example, I don't know, it could be the news, it could be some sort of nonprofit organization, it could be like a bigger person or a community that you could be associated with. There's an overall guiding principle I learned a long time ago in copywriting that you guys should know is that every word must earn its place. Everything that you say has an actual meaning, and different people have different meaning for things. So that's why you have to make sure that copywriting is literally 5th level greater. So 5th grade level. So essentially you want to talk like if you're talking to a 12-year-old in advertising. Okay. So every word must earn its place. The key here is that we all understand the framework, the system, the what we need to do, because once that's known, the tactics are simple to learn. Okay. So That's ultimately the crash course on running ads. We're going to dive into this course even deeper and go into different frameworks and templates. I hope that you loved it. We're going to give you the best playbook for advertising for your wholesaling business. Let's get it. Get sellers. Remember to go to this platform where you're going to be able to find the best motivated sellers online and appointments from motivated sellers that came from different sources like Google, Bing, Yahoo, Facebook, Instagram, yeah, and YouTube. All right. So hope you guys have an amazing day.
All right, guys. So, what is the course structure that we're gonna have in here? And as I said, I want to make it as short as possible, as tactical as possible. But before we dive into that, I'm going to tell you how what you're going to expect from this course. So, in order for you to get the most out of it, the first step is that you got to learn and launch. Okay, if you don't do that, then we're not going to get anywhere. If you only learn, if you don't launch, you don't do an actionable thing, we're going to get stuck. Step two is optimize. We're going to optimize your ads and so on. We'll potentially provide you support on a community that we have created called REI Entrepreneurs. In step three, longevity, right? So longevity is making sure that you're set up for success in the long term. Okay. All right, let's dive into the winning formula as an example. Uh, Overall, what we want in this course is that you ultimately differentiate yourself and you're able to sell more. So you're able to close more deals. The first step is going to be creating a no-brainer offer. Uh, and then out of that no-brainer offer, you're going to get a lot of attention. You're going to get a lot of leads. All right. The way that you differentiate yourself from any competition is speed to lead, and we really recommend that you have some sort of inside sales agent or lead manager, plus technology incorporated, like automation and AI incorporated. Don't get stuck on this, but you can also do it manually with your CRM. If you don't have a CRM, that's completely okay. There's different CRMs that I recommend, such as REI Rocket Force, Investor Fuse, or many other that exist out there. Speed to lead, so that we can get people to an appointment. An appointment is gonna have a specific show up ratio, and we gotta get as many conversations as possible. So that means that us the speed to lead is gonna help you get people on the phone, right? We gotta contact people. That's one of our biggest hurdle. First, convert people into leads, and then lead into a conversation, and then lead into an appointment. And then in this appointment or in this call that you have with the seller, whether you call them or not, have a discovery call with them, and then go into an offer call. And there's different people that do it differently. Uh, I know the best closers in the space, such as R.J. Bates or Eric Klein or Steve Trank, they do it differently. Jeremy Miner teaches one way. Jordan Belfort teaches one way. Grant Cardone teaches one way. Alex Ramosi teaches one way. But this is what I've seen works the most. Have a discover call and have an offer call. Okay. And the offer call is where you go through a game plan of how you're going to be able to buy their house, right? Then the contract, getting on the contract, right? And make sure that all of that's done. Where you at the end get it closed, right? Get that contract closed to a buyer. And then you have an unbeatable onboarding, so you have a seller that doesn't back out. Okay. And instead of having 50% success ratio on the contract to close, you have 60, 65%. Okay. 70% at best, right? Or more. All right. So quick on the winning formula. Have to have a no-brainer offer, right? First thing, so I'm going to help you go through that. Get them to an appointment. Okay. Get them to an appointment. Sales process. We got to get them through a sales process. Amazing handoff to TC and Dispo, and get more sellers for your buyers. This is ultimately the process or the flow map. And actually, as a matter of fact, I have a few videos on YouTube that go over the flow map. Okay. Now, when you start this course, understand that sellers get attracted to great offers. So it's not just about saying that you can buy houses for cash and so on. Just get $100 million offer, like Alex Monson talks about. And his book covers it so well. I've been doing it before that, but make sure that you add a time frame. Make sure that you add a good name, a wrapper for this way that you acquire uh, acquire houses, and make sure that you have a great acquisition method to ultimately fulfill on this promise, on this offer, right? And then you put it as a stack, and you have a conversion process. So you have a sales process to actually do it, from lead generated to close. All the steps in between, you got to take care of them. And this is what makes an offer unbeatable. Okay. So the next thing that you got to do is learn and launch your ads. Once your ads are live, get the seller framework. Okay. So get sellers framework. Get sellers framework. That's what we're going to cover that. The anatomy of a winning ad masterclass. Go over that one. Then integrate a sales process. So if you get the RJ Bates war chest, that one is a good one for you to learn. If you get the Steve Trang training, that one is an amazing one too. Or if you get the Eric Klein sales script, that also is a good one. And you can always pick and choose and incorporate and make your own. I'm actually going to be doing a video of me creating our own based on different methodologies that exist out there. Like I said, there's different methodologies. Sales is sales. You can apply it based on your personality too. And there's, as long as you have a repeatable process and you adapt that repeatable process to your own company and way of selling, is good. But these are the top 3 best closers that you guys can actually follow. RJ Bates has a YouTube channel, Steve Trang has one, Eric Klein has one. My goal is to save you time and make you a lot of money, like I said in the other sides, by giving you the exact ads blueprint our team and our clients use to generate high quality leads, right? Are creative, and I have created a few templates, but also I'm going to explain to you, well, how we're going to capture people's attention. As you know, there's 2 ways to actually do this: the static and the video creative. So let's go into the static. It's very simple, going to canva.com and now creating templates and using those templates to then create your ads. So for example, here, the first one that I want you to take a look at is, first of all, I want you to work with, starting out, only maximum 3 colors. And that combination of colors are going to be red, blue, and yellow. And of course, in order to make it make sense, you have to use white or black. But those colors are going to be either the background or the actual font of whatever it is that you're doing. Start with those. That's going to help you. Red, it's a really good color for advertising. Actually, if you could Google why a few colors are great. So blue gives you trustworthiness, right? Red gives you urgency, and well, yellow, happiness, and so on. So you associate those colors with certain things. All right. Now, when we take a look at static creatives, we want to take a look at, okay, how do I get their attention? How do I portray my offer and tell them about my benefits real quick as a font? But also by showing exactly what we want them to know that we need, which is ultimately getting a not so good looking house, right? In this case, for example, I have created this template right here where it has a yellow background. It talks here, you put it in your offer, and here where there's a picture, it's going to be an ugly house. And as a matter of fact, I have a library of ugly houses that I'm going to show you. Actually, I might be able to share that library of ugly houses, but I created a library of ugly houses by just downloading different ugly houses or different clients, or whenever I was doing wholesale myself, that I was, trying to create ads as well, or just over time, our agency have created a library of ugly houses. So we have a huge library of ugly houses, and you can also find it in as well in Canva as well. If you go to, let's say, right in here and the photos area, you just make sure that you type in ugly houses or fixer uppers or whatever. Sorry, ugly houses. And then you're going to find a few, or you're going to find fixer uppers, and you want to be able to have a few fixer upper pictures or ugly houses. Now, pretty houses also work. Sometimes it works really well, but ugly houses is much better, right? But sometimes you don't have to make it look way too ugly to make it work. collection of raw pics from different states, different areas. You guys can use that, but obviously, I mean, I want to make sure that we are all using things that make sense and for your area, right? Or if you're doing nationwide, it doesn't really matter. Here is a red one, for example, right? And here's a blue one, for example. And sometimes you're going to have to put pain points at the very, very top in order to make it happen. So let's see a few options, and let's actually build one ourselves before we see an option. So let's say right here, I go and take a look at this ugly house right in there. Look at that. That one, does that get attention? Maybe. Let's see. Right there and there. Sometimes you can use humans as well to grab attention, or use AI to actually generate whatever it is that you want, that you need to generate, and so on. All right. So here, for example, this one right here. Let's see if I can just use this house, remove the background. I highly recommend that you use the latest software for Canva, or pay it. Get the trial at least. I'm going to remove the background right in here. Just make sure that if you don't know how to design, use the templates, or go to Fiverr.com or Upwork.com, and you can actually find people that can design things for you. But here is something that you can actually use, right? All right, so I've removed the background for this and so on. I may be able to also edit a few things in here, erasing a few things that I don't really need from this picture in here. So here, for example, I don't really need all of this, so I'm gonna just use magic eraser. All right, erase it. So here, for example, I have this one. It's going to come up not too great. So I'll show you here. As I have an example of a good looking house, but this one right here, if you were to just take the part that actually works, then just crop it as much as you can, and then put it right there behind the text or behind the clouds that it's in here. Because you can put stuff in there, and then now it's going to look much better. Boom. Now we created this one out of that template and so on. When I say pain points, you can also insert pain points as well. But now I just essentially switched up my creative. I have my creative in there. I'm going to put my offer. We talked about how creating great offers, and then put benefits. I'm going to give you guys examples and so on, right? So here, as a matter of fact, I don't want to have this right here deleted. So let me just put this in here. All right. So here's the template. So I'm going to create this one. What would be my offer? My offer would be like, sell in less than 7 days, right? So that's one of my offers that I created. It could be, for example, sell for cash instantly. And I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so that it actually fits. Sell for cash instantly. Sell cash in 7 days, right? Or 7 days cash for your house, right? Right there. I can also say something like, we can also do something like cash home selling program, whatever. So let's just say sell your house in 7 days, guaranteed, right? Guaranteed. We can always make this one bigger specifically, which is guaranteed right in there. You can also enhance your offer saying, or we'll give you $1,000 for wasting your time, or plus $1,000. Benefits, let's just say fast, no hassle, 0 repairs. And I'm going to right here put that all in line: fast, no hassle, 0 repairs. Boom, we got the offer, we got benefits. And you can also put pain points at the very top. And again, you can also change this from this type of yellow to a dimmer yellow, a warmer yellow, a brighter yellow, and just test it out. You can have different type of yellows. And what does this actually look like? It actually looks like some sort of bandit sign, right? You can also have it here red. So just put in here red, or this type of red, and then make this right here white, right? Sell your house in 7 days guaranteed. And just play with it, right? Now here's a few other examples. All right, so we have get your offer instantly. This one is a little bit of a better looking home. We have this slight different yellowish. We have this blue. We have this one right here. We have this type of home that I used as well. Now, if I were to crop it and make it better, I'll just go like this and then put it right below the clouds. Now, this is just one template of many, right? I have this one right in there. No waiting, just cash. Sell cash in 7 days. Fast and easy home selling. So, for example, as an example right here, I made this one just look slightly smaller, where I used this shape right here, which is essentially a shape that is square, but it's rounded corners. And I put here the pain points. Times are challenging, inherited, divorce, high repairs, moving out, sell a house, we buy cash. And here is the picture. So we move the picture location. Quick sale, top cash, right? The blue became a lighter blue. We have here get multiple offers, right? We're ready to buy your house. Get multiple offers in a different color. Sell a house in 7 days. Now here's another format. Here's another format right here. Pain point, offer, guarantee, benefits. And here's a picture. You can put the picture in there. You can put the hand of some money, and you can change the color of this background again to the 3 colors that we want to choose. Here's one example right in there. Here's another example right there, right? And type of pain points that you can actually create from it. And I'm actually going to create one here with you. Let's say, for example, let's just say need to sell, right? Let's just say need to sell. Or it could be saying something like foreclosure, or lots of repairs, or something along those lines that is just pain-based type of statements, right? So need to sell. So my offer would be cash in, or sell, or let's just say cash in 7 days. What would be the guarantee? Or it could be cash in 7 days guarantee, or it could be sell fast today. And the guarantee could be in less than 7 days. Right there. And make sure it doesn't come out of the boundaries of the frame. Benefits, fast, no hassle, zero repairs, right? And this picture right here, I'm gonna just change it with something else, for example. So let me just move it real quick here. Let me go to some ugly house in here and just change it to some sort of ugly house. Let's do the same one, right? Let me just change this one right here. All right, that one. And so a few examples would be this one, right? Would be that one. We have this one right here. I'll just change the background. This one is way too good looking. And this one doesn't have the backgrounds that I told you about. So we don't want to complicate all this stuff, right? So let's see it right here. So let me just change this to potentially red text. And let's just keep this one red as well. Right there. If I can move it around to make it look better, that's also called a help. You can expand it and so on. You see maybe white. No, this one right there. Let's see if I can just, by expanding this right in here, it's better for the text. All right, let's just keep it this way. And something that you would have to test whenever you're creating creatives. Just make sure that you create different iterations of these creatives, at least 3 per ad, so that we can test it against each other. Especially whenever you find a winning creative, you want to be able to horizontally scale, which is something we're going to talk about.
Okay, guys, so now I'm going to show you some examples of some videos that we've been running within our agency, and they've been working really good. They've been proving to have great results. And yeah, I'm going to go one by one. show you why they work, and we're going to dissect them. I'm going to start with an AI video that we've made based on a script and a structure that we know work. And then we're going to show you how we share this with our clients, and our clients made videos based on this, and they have great results with them. They brought many leads, they closed some deals. And yeah, let's start with this first one that is an AI video, the one that I told you about. Let's hear it.
Do you have a house just like this one that's old, overgrown, and needs major repairs? We are willing to buy a few of these this month and pay more for them than a typical real estate investor. We buy houses as is, pay in cash, and we take care of all the closing costs, so you don't have to worry about that. Fill out the form below, and we will give you a call with a fair cash offer for your house.
So this is a video that we've been running for a while now, and it always works, right? And just to dissect them, let's watch it again and go step by step. So first, it starts with a question asking like, if you have a house like this one, and it shows some pictures and it shows some images of what we are looking for. And this works because it segments and targets the people that we actually want to see our video, right? So if you have a house like this, you're going to see the video and you're going to feel you're going to relate to what you're watching, right? And if you don't have a house like this, you're going probably to keep scrolling. But then the people that we want is going to watch the video, and after they're watching the video and after they have related, then we can offer them a solution. So here's where we say that we are willing to buy some of these houses this month, and also offer them some benefits. Like we do this different that a real estate investor will do it, like an agent, and we show them like how we do it. We do it real quick. We pay in cash. We take care of all the closing costs. You don't have to do anything. You can just chill out, and we can help you, right? That's a structure that works really well. First, we segment with a question. Then we tell you how can we help you, and then we show you how can we offer you and how you're going to get benefited by this. It's going to be real quick. You're going to get your cash real quick. You don't have to do anything, and we handle everything, right? And then we just ask them to fill the form, and we will give you a call, and we will give you a fair offer for your house, right? So that's a simple structure, but it has proven to work real well. We made this with AI, and then what we did is that we make some variations of this. We made different scripts, and we shared them with our clients, and they made some videos based on this. So first, I'm going to show you this. This shares the same structure. So he first told you like, look, this is why you may end up in this situation. Maybe you are getting divorced, maybe you are getting inheritance, and that's how you end up with a house like this. So people that has a house like that, maybe because of those situations, are going to feel related. It's going to be relatable, and once they keep watching the video, we're going to offer them a solution. So let's see the video.
You'd be surprised at how many people have houses and property that they just don't want. A lot of times people inherit properties. Sometimes they'll end up with the properties during a divorce situation. Sometimes you just get upside down on a property and you just leave. Me and my associates are looking for properties just like that. I've been serving the upstate since 2018, buying and selling and flipping properties. If you have a house or have a property that you know of, click the link down below, fill out the form, and either me or one of my partners will be in touch.
See, it's the same structure. It's just him telling you how you may end up in a situation like this, how he can help you. In this case, he adds a little bit of context on who he is and what he does and about his team. And then he also made the call to action. Look, we can help you, fill out the form, and we will contact you. And same, it worked really good. It's a video that has been a lot of leads, and actually it helped him close some leads. I'm going to share another one with you.
Hi, do you need to sell your house but looks like this? Or your agent is asking you to replace the carpet or fix that hole on the ceiling? Or your kitchen looks like you still live in 1956? The good thing is that we buy houses as is. Okay, you don't have to do anything. You can even leave everything here. We don't care. Just fill out the form. We will call you and we'll see what the best option fits you better.
So, same. This is a video that have worked really good. He starts with the same, with a question: do you need to sell your house? and does it look like this? And actually, in this case, he goes into a house that he's working on. So this is even better because it makes it even more relatable. He shows you like, hey, maybe you have a house that looks exactly like this. Maybe you have to change the carpet, same as this house, or maybe you have a hole in the ceiling, same that was he's showing in the video, right? So it makes everything more relatable, and he actually told you like, look, if you have a house like this, we are going to buy it as is. You can leave everything there, and we're going to help you. This is the solution we offer, and we're going to, if you fill out the form, we will give you a call and see which fits better for you. If you see it's the same structure every single time, just change the words, just change the background, and it just changes the person that is showing the face. But it works every single time. And I'm going to show you a final video so you can see that it doesn't matter if there's someone recording you. It doesn't matter if you record yourself, like doing selfie style, and if you're in your house, or if you're working, or if you are walking down the street. It works every single time.
Are you going through some financial hardships? If you need to sell your home quickly to navigate these changes, we can help. See, we offer cash deals with fast closings and ease your financial burden. There's no need for repairs, and the good thing, we handle all the paperwork. Fill out that form below for a confidential, fair offer to gain peace of mind during this challenging time.
So, yeah, this is exactly the same. He makes a question at the beginning, then he offers a solution. He tells you how he's going to do it, and then he just makes a call to action, like fill out the form and we will contact you. And this structure is something that you can use, and then you can just change the words, right? So you can say like, are you going through a divorce, and then make the statement, or are you going through financial hardships, and then make a different statement and show different houses. But using the same structure, it's going to work really good for you, and this is a great starting point. And then after you find out what works for you, you can make other videos. But to begin with, you can just get some ideas here, replicate them, go record in a house, make a selfie video, just talk to the camera, and I'm sure it's going to work really good for you.
Right. And this is a really fun part to talk about because this is the ad copy. I actually created a video about it's called the ad copy swipe. In that video, gives you a really good explanation about different type of copies, different type of frameworks in order to create ad copy. Like just to let you know real quick, I learned copywriting from a guy called Frank Kern, and Frank Kern explains it really well. And essentially, the way that he explains it is like this: you start by essentially telling the audience who are we talking to, right? What do they want, and how do they get what they want. So it's three parts. Who is it that we want to talk to? What do they want, and how do they get what they want? It's very simple framework. You can create something like that real fast. But in this case, I'm gonna walk you through a framework that is also gonna help you create an ad copy every single time. You can actually put this in ChatGPT as well to create different variations. Uh, we use this in order to create our ad copy. We there's different steps to actually optimize ads. You want to 100% optimize your ad copy. You want to optimize your creative, right? And then your landing page. Uh, Once you start creating getting the right creatives, then the rest starts, kind of falling like a waterfall, right? Because it keeps going like a domino. So your creative is very important, and your ad copy is exactly what's going to make them ultimately trust you and ultimately do an entire click, or like go over the entire um, survey or lead form. So let's start by going through this. All right. So the first thing is you want to insert an attention grabbing offer or a question that ultimately triggers motivation or some sort of urgency or some sort of desire. So here's one example. So sell your house fast, or sell your home fast, no repairs, no commission, no hassle. That one is a strong benefit and offer. You could also be asking questions such as, need to sell your house fast? We're here to help, right? But just imagine different questions or offers that are no brainer that you can put at the very top. Remember that at the very top, you're gonna notice that there's gonna be in the ad itself in Facebook, you're gonna be able to see something that says kind of like see more or read more, something like that. So means that there's this first three lines or three and a half will be the most important ones for your ad copy. Then here we have continuing the example. So are you dealing with a property that you need to sell quickly? Whether it's insert seller pain point, so whether it's moving, tired of tenants, avoiding foreclosure, we can help. Notice that we are actually avoiding saying you have to move, you are tired of tenants, you are avoiding foreclosure. We're avoiding pointing at them, right? Now we're asking in this right here, but we're avoiding pointing at them at adjectives or at situations that are uncomfortable for this. And the reason why is because housing category can be a little bit tricky, right? So it can reject you the ads. So you avoid doing you, right? Um, Now here it is. Here's how we make it simple. So we're going to list down the feature benefits, right? Fair cash offer tailored to your home. No hidden fees or commissions. No repairs needed. We buy homes in any condition. Stress-free closings on your timeline as fast as 7 to 14 days. And it's a bonus. We even help cover closing costs. No open houses, no long waiting periods, no extra cost, just fast and simple solution to selling your home. And then again, remember how I told you, how do they get what they want? Well, click on the learn more to get started today. And then let's talk about how we can make a home selling process quick, easy, and stress-free for you. All right. So this is a very simple template that you can use. Now, this is the explanatory one. Let's take a look at the one. Let's go first of all in the headline. So the headline is almost going to be your offer. So you kind of saying your offer once again, right? A strong benefit, a strong offer. All right. So for example, sell a house fast, no repairs, no commissions, no hassle. This is a very simple way. You can always say, sell a house, sell your house in less than 7 days, and get $1,000 extra, right? Or we pay more than any other investor does, right? Sell your house quickly, sell your house assets quickly, and get top cash or top dollar or full price. So, right here, ad copy for motivated sellers. Need to sell your home fast? We're here to help. Are you dealing with a property you need to sell quickly? Let's remove this right here. Whether it's moving, tired of managing tenants, or just one fresh start, we can help. Here's how we can make it easy. Here, feature benefits, feature benefits, feature benefits, bonus. No open houses, no long waiting periods, and no extra cost. If you're ready to move forward and want to learn more, click learn more to get started today. And boom. Headline, get a fair cash offer for your home today. All right, so here's important notes for compliance. So there's a keyword block list and phrases to avoid that I put right here. So for instance, to keep your ads compliant and effective while avoiding restrictions, in the housing category, you have to be very careful because certain things can ultimately be taken as you're accusing people, you're not being morally right, or ultimately you're discriminatory. So you want to avoid that. So, for example, keywords to avoid is being aggressive or pushy phrasing or stuff like that. Um, Pricing triggers, for instance, or so on. Exaggerated or overly emotional words. Specific personal financial
pain points. So it's very important to know how to word things like foreclosure or struggling or financial burden, right? And it's important to ultimately know how to word properly. 5 forbidden practices to avoid an REI ad. So, for instance, you want to avoid pointing fingers at people. That's why I was correcting the you instead of you. Instead of saying like, "Are you struggling with foreclosure? Do you need to sell your house fast or whatever?" Just do more of a generalized type of term, right? Because Facebook in the housing category flags ads that appear accusatory or overly personal. So let's just do more broad and inclusive. So we help homeowners in all situations find easy solutions. Selling a home doesn't have to be stressful, for example, or overly stressful emotional language. So let's say stop suffering through financial stress, sell your house fast. That's kind of crazy, right? It's a language that ultimately dramatizes hardship or emotional turmoil. And examples are don't let your property become a burden, for example. What you should do is a solution oriented message. So we make the selling process simple, stress free. Get a fair cash offer and move forward with confidence, right? Misleading promises or exaggerations. So, for instance, we always guarantee the highest cash offer, right? Sell a house in 1 day, no matter the situation. That's kind of crazy to say. Um, you can't really sell a house in 1 day, right? But you can receive an instant offer, for example, or sell in less than 7 days, right? Um, so say things like, "Hey, get a cash offer and sell in less than in little as 7 days. Our offers are tailored to your home's value, no hidden fees." Avoiding over personalized pain points, right? So dealing with divorce or bankruptcy, or stuck with an inherited property you can't manage. So again, avoid the you, avoid the over personalized pain points and so on. So instead just do more of a broad approach, inclusive. So we buy homes in any condition, whether that's divorced or bankrupt situations, whatever you can always say. Look at sell your house fast. Let's make it happen. We work and we help all kinds of issues such as inherited properties and so on. You can always say that. So again, know you. So focus on solutions, not problems. So we buy homes quickly with no repairs. Our fast and simple process puts you in control for your sale. This activates ultimate desires, right? Um, and these are a few other notes. So here, for example, notes on the photos. Uh, Round down properties work really well, even inside of the house, or ultimately a video that goes over this random property, and it's either some sort of b-roll with text on screen, or UGC and so on. Clean professional visuals that highlight the offer, obviously. I'll show you a few creatives, and I'll show you a few videos. And testimonials after they opt in are huge, powerful, and you should have an overload of testimonials within your thank you page in a video sales letter. I'm going to show you, I'm going to tell you exactly how it would look like and so on. All right. So, hope you guys like this video. Um, Here is an SOP of you being able to actually create an structure ad copy with the bonus at the very bottom right here. You can ultimately feed this to ChatGPT and it will help you tons. And in this module, we're going to really walk you through lead forms versus landing pages. And in this specific one, we're going to go through a lead form and we're going to walk through the advantages and disadvantages of a lead form and we'll actually go through an actual lead form campaigning that is running right now for us, for our clients, for
ourselves, and we're going to take a look at it in a very millimetric, very granular way. Okay, so let's take a look at that. Let's go. I'm going to share my screen. Here we have a campaign, again, a very regular structure, one campaign, one ad set. This is when it's open, and has different it has 4 ads. And in this one specifically, what we're running is we have 4 different creatives. So we have this one right here, we have this one right there, and we have this one as here, and this one as well, and only one headline and with one ad copy. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at the lead forms. As you can see, all these ads are being tested because they catch attention, and they're going to be tested as a lead form. Why? Because lead forms gives us the opportunity for the actual ad to pop in someone's newsfeed real fast. Let me just show you exactly what I mean. So the way that it's going to look like, it's going to look like this. Someone is scrolling, and I'm going to give you an example, and it's going to pop just like that. All right, and it's just going to allow you to see more. And then when people click on this, it's going to be a lead form. So let's right now send a notification to Facebook on my desktop, and I'll show you exactly how it's going to look like. So I'm going to go to my Facebook profile, and it's going to be popping in my news feed. Let's take a look at that. All right, so let me just scroll down. At some point, it's going to be popping. There you go. Right in here, here's the ad, okay? And I'm going to be clicking on this as an user. So I click on this. If it was on the phone, it would be different. And I have here a picture. You can choose your picture to be whatever it is. It says, for example, we buy houses in a condition, or like maybe a list of benefits working with you, or just need to sell, or something that just catches quick attention. Here we have a quick intro where we're telling them to get a cash offer and sell your house fast without a hassle, and a little bit of like benefits of working with us. Here, one of the things that we ask, we're always going to ask here, what is the address of the property? The only problem is that Facebook actually is very annoying on the way that you ask for this, because some of the times that you ask for a property address right now, like post 2021, it's going to get your ads rejected. So you got to ask different ways. So the way that we're asking right now for this one, it's what is the address of the property that you're looking to sell? But you can have many other different ways to ask for it. I'm going to give you a list of options, but those could be, for example, location of the property, or what's the property, or where is the property that you're looking to sell. Include zip, city, and street, whatever. Street, city, and zip. So that Facebook just doesn't know you and keeps rejecting at the point that it's going to then disable your ad. So I'm asking for the property address, and I'm asking also in here for the ad. So in here, let's put a property address. I'm going to put next, and I'm going to put submit. This lead form right here, it's very easy for people to go in here. I'm going to show you how it looks like. So people are going to have it super easy. All right. So let me just take a look at that one. So I'm going to assume that it's a duplication, but I have it in more volume as opposed to higher intent. More volume, it lets it to go fast, easy. But the problem with that is that sometimes Facebook is going to put and pre-populate the phone number, old phone number that they used whenever they signed up with Facebook for like long time ago. So that's a big problem, because you're going to capture like wrong numbers. And if you capture the wrong numbers, how are you going to get a hold of them? Unless they put the whole address and you can trace that address and try to call that person, you're going to maybe have that problem. So we test different variations of lead forms, but more volume definitely works. Is that you're going to potentially going to have that phone number problem. our questions are going to be, what is the address of the property? And you can also ask like how long you're looking to sell, tell us why you're looking to sell so that we can better help you, like many different things. I'm going to potentially be giving you our SOP, and so you can actually have two different ways. And we ask for all the information right here, as you can see, first name, last name, email, phone number, in that order, so that it's much better. All right, right here. So here actually tells the pre-fill information options are limited to ads related to credit, employment, housing opportunities, and privacy. Of course, that's the website privacy. But in the last part of this, we're gonna send them a thank you message. In this one, we're telling them that they can qualify for an $150 credit, $150 gift card if their property qualifies for a cash offer. This one is encouraging them to go and click into our button. Our button says to schedule their cash offer plus a $50 credit card. Actually, it's 50. And that has a link of our Calendly link for our client, or if they have a CRM that we're going to be showing, that link is going to be inside of there. And people are going to be able to schedule an appointment. And that calendar has way more questions, like way more questions. Okay, so that's one way. If you were to change it to for example, let's take a look at that, higher intent. What happens is that right after they give us the information, the questions, then they're going to have a review screen. So basically here, the review screen is going to make them review their information so that everything is accurate. And it's not going to allow them to move past this part if they don't slide to submit. Here you can see there's a slide to submit right in there, slide. So they have to slide it on their phone, of course, or on their desktop, but most of the time it's going to be on the phone. And then completion is about the same. That's how our lead form would be. But the good thing about this one is that, again, lead forms are going to be in-house of Facebook, fast loading, very easy to navigate, usually for people. And the only problems is that it might have pre-filled information from the past. Like, that's one of the issues. And at the same time, you're not going to be able to put much branding of yours, or, take them to your website and potentially make them go through your about us and like capture them other ways. But definitely has the in-house tools of Facebook, and you can also be able to retarget people that went into the lead form and did not submit that lead form, just went inside and did not take action. So this is lead form, one of the lead forms ways that we do it. And now we're gonna go over SOPs on how to create different type of lead forms and questions that we ask. So we're going to show you real estate investing Facebook ads that are on fire. I have a fireman shirt because everything I'm going to show you is going to be the fire that we use in order to fuel the Facebook ads for our real estate investor clients. And you can always learn this in order to know exactly why we do and why we get the results that we get for our real estate investor clients. And I'm going to go ahead here and actually share the screen. What I'm going to share with you, I'm going to share different topics with you, and I'm going to make this a little bit interactive, which means that I'm going to create some assets here with you. What I call assets is things that we need to make sure we master and we do for our clients before we ever start a campaign. Okay. The structure of the campaign is another lesson, and you will be able to learn that structure of the campaign, structure, the ad account, and how everything works. But for now, let's go here, and I'm gonna go and share my screen. Awesome. So let's get started with Facebook ads for real estate investors. Okay. So this is Facebook ads for REI. Let's cover the perfect ad copy. First of all, for you to know, let's quickly go to a ad account where we have ads running for our real estate investor clients. This one, we have 2 campaigns. Let's open those up and let's take a look at the ads that are currently running for them, right? Some of them are expensive, some of them are good, some of them are not. Let's take a look at this one, for example, here. All right, so in this one here, we have an ad, okay, that I'm gonna expand it right here. So this ad right here, it has clearly a very ugly house. This is a very ugly house. And it's going to have an ad copy. So the text right here is going to be basically what people see. People are usually going to see the first 3 lines, and then they're going to see this see more whenever it appears on their Facebook newsfeed or their Instagram newsfeed, or whenever it appears somewhere else. There's different areas that it comes. It always going to have a headline such as this one, for example, house needs repairs or became a hassle. And then it says something else. Usually it's going to hide for whatever, depending on where the client is, your lead is, it's going to hide a little bit of it. So for example, I think this one is the mobile news feed view. So the mobile news feed view is hiding just a little bit of that headline. And here is a call to action button, which is learn more. As you can notice, this home is generating results because it's a very old home. Now, one thing that you want to know about this niche is that you cannot all the time only run very bad looking homes. Otherwise, what you're going to find is that people are going to be confused thinking that you are selling these houses. No, the whole goal here is to buy houses from other people. So, but let's cover the perfect ad copy. Okay. So this ad copy here, when people usually are either in mobile or desktop, they're going to be able to see a little bit of it. In desktop, they see the first 4, and in mobile, they see the first 3 lines. Okay. In this case here, we have another type of creative, and here we have another type of headline and all of that. But let's go ahead and cover the ad copy. So as you can see, we have different ad copy. All right. So in here, this one is stuck on sitting in a house you need to sell. Don't lose the house for nothing. Walk away with a cash offer and peace of mind. So let's cover exactly all these type of ad copies that we have. So ad copies are inserted here. They can always be tested against each other. So that means that they will be tested against each other, run at the same time to see which one is the winner. Or, as you will be able to see here, there's another option where in this tab of campaign, which is non-dynamic, you're only going to test one ad copy and several other static picture creatives. So as you can see here, we have 4 ads, and all of them, they're different creatives, but the same ad copy. So different creative, different creative, different creative, but always the same ad copy. Okay. Now this is the ad copy that we currently are using right now. We need to sell our house fast, home fast, but don't want to deal with all the hassles of showing it to the public, making repairs, and preparing it for a listing or sharing any commissions. I'm going to explain to you how everything and what's the whole goal here of everything. We also say here, we buy properties from homeowners that want to sell fast without hassle and maybe have a lot of repairs to do in their home. Let's go ahead and start mastering the perfect ad copy. Okay. So what does a perfect ad copy is going to look like? All right. Let's start creating here a perfect ad copy. Okay. So let's go here, call this perfect ad copy. We're going to start actually covering that in a whole. So how does a perfect ad copy start? Like how are we going to come up with a perfect ad copy? Usually
the ad copy, okay, is going to have either 3 sections. The first section, okay, is going to have first, is going to include calling out your audience. So calling out your audience is part of the ad copy creating. So calling out your audience is going to be the first section. So that's the first section that you want to have. So that's the first section right here, first section, all right, where you call out your audience. Examples of this, all right, examples of this, and we're gonna check examples, is saying things, for example, attention homeowners, all right? Attention homeowners, you're calling your audience very, very, very obviously about attention homeowners. And you can always say something, attention homeowners that don't want to deal with their problem property anymore. All right, problem property anymore. That's also another option apart from just attention homeowners, or you can just keep attention homeowners. All right, let's make it simple. There's the second section, all right, that is going to be based on Frank Kern, and he's a great marketer, is going to be knowing and actually telling them, letting them know that you know what does your audience want. Okay, so what does your audience want? So you gotta be able to relay a message, resonate a message that lets your audience know that you know what they want. Okay, so that's part of the second section. All right, it is a section where you're able to quickly tell people to come in here. Okay, this is resonating with me. This is absolutely something that I want to be part of, and this guy just called my attention. All right, so the first section, again, calling out your audience, which is basically knowing who basically it is, know who you want to sell to. All right, so calling out your audience, so you know who you want. All right, you know who you want, you call out your audience. And the second section could be composed of different things. The second section could be either describing their pain points. All right. So describing their pain points, as an example, it would be something like, are you looking to sell fast because maybe because you are behind payments? All right, so that is very obvious way to do things. Now, however, Facebook does not allow for whenever you point out fingers to people, does not allow for you to make it kind of like discriminatory. You cannot make it discriminatory in Facebook. It does not allow you. So are you looking to sell fast? Maybe because you're behind payments. That one is not going to potentially be approved by Facebook, because Facebook is going to read it, use it, the algorithm, using their bots. So how are we going to be able to actually say this in another way, okay, without actually sounding way too direct and in Facebook eyes being discriminatory? So are you looking to sell fast and still, and so for example, instead of saying are you can always say looking to sell fast and we could sell fast and be able to stop having mortgage issues, or and stop having to stress about your mortgage. All right, so that's one option. Or things like attention homeowners. All right, if you've seen that your property has become a hassle and want to sell quickly without making repairs, then that's also something that we are saying. We're actually touching their pain points. All right. Right now, we are touching their pain points at this current moment. All right. Again, what does your audience want? Your audience want to be compelled. They want to hear that someone actually knows what they're going through. All right. So describing their pain point, or things like this. Attention homeowners. Are you in any of the following situations? And then you're going to be doing something like this, where you're going to grab emoji, okay? And you're gonna list down the pain points. So you're gonna say something like unable to keep up with mortgage payments. Then you're gonna say something like going through divorce. We're gonna say something like that, like about to get into foreclosure. They're gonna say something like this: can't pay for minor or major repairs. Or something like any other complex situation. Now, that's another way of listing out pain points, okay? And right now, we are able to list down pain points without being super direct. And even we can even kind of get rid of the "are you" by saying something like this: does this sound familiar to any of you? Does any of the following situations sound familiar? Does any of the following situations sound familiar? So that's another way of actually being able to call out their audience, letting them know, letting them know that we know exactly what they need. All right, and still calling them out. Now, you can always say, and you can always call out your audience, such as saying, attention homeowners, all right? You can call out the audience at the beginning of the message, all right? So for example, own a property, but want to sell fast, blah, 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 okay? You are calling out your audience right here as well, okay? So own a property. And then at the end of this, it will be a question mark, all right? Or thinking about selling your property, okay? Right now in this sentence, there is obviously you're calling out someone that owns properties, or you're calling out people that are property owners. All right. So as long as you're using that keyword or things like that, or thinking about selling your home, right? Or let's take a look at other options that we have seen. Okay. Let's go here. So this one right here, homeowners, we got good news and bad news. Good news is that right now there are multiple buyers who would be interested in making cash offer to purchase your home or problem property. Right now, we say only homeowners. We're also listing down exactly what we can do for them, all right? Kind of what they want, all right? And here, we're also listing down exactly their pain points, all right? Things like that. And also, we're kind of like having a hybrid of the third point that I'm going to be making across. So what's the third section? Let's take a look at the third section. Usually the third section of an ad copy would be this way. Third section would be at this, like this. How do they get what they want? All right. How do they get what they want? So you can either list a series of benefits or tell a story on how they can get into something you can offer and call them out to take action. To take action. Okay? So how do they get what they want? Which means that if we go to these sections right here, we can always say, like, for example, you can sell how fast and be able to stop having to stress about your mortgage. So how do they get what they want? We can buy your property as is. Take care of all closing costs. Pay all fees and not having any other person to walk the house but us. We will buy your house any condition and give you an offer or something like this. We will give you an offer within 24 hours and we'll buy your house any condition in as little as 7 days. In any condition in as little as 7 days. So we are here listing down a series of benefits of what we can do for them, all right? We're listing down a series of things that we can do for them, even if it is a text, okay? And then we continue by saying, if you're looking to sell fast and not worry about the process of selling your house through a realtor, click on the button below to get a cash offer. So we're telling them right now exactly what they should be doing. All right. So we're telling them right now exactly what should they be doing. Let me just move this right here. And we're telling them exactly how it is going to play out. If you're not looking to sell, if you're looking to sell fast and not worry about the process of selling your house through a realtor, click on the button below to get a cash offer. And then you can always say like, hurry, are only buying 2 or 3 houses a month in your neighborhood and would love to give you an offer. And then you can always say, click, learn more. So right now in this area, I tell them exactly the benefits of working with us. I told him exactly if, you know, if again, their pain point, what they should be doing, which is click on the button below. And also I added some sort of urgency. All right. So how do they get what they want? They get what they want like this. We can buy a property as is, which is benefits, and we'll give you an offer within 24 hours. How? Click on the button below to get a cash offer. Okay. So we can always offer them something and call them out to take action. So let's take a look at the ones that are currently running. Right here, this one. We list down the benefits. We list down some sort of the pain points that they have. This one is hybrid. So this one right here is we can handle complex cases and probate. We have a team of real estate experts to help you navigate difficult situations. No obligation to accept the offer. So that's a benefit. Sell your own schedule. That's another benefit. All cash offer, no closing costs. That's another benefit. No repairs, cleanup needed. We'll handle it. That's another benefit. If you like, the whole process can happen over the phone. That's another benefit. Here it is. A benefit hybrid with a pain point. Reduce financial stress and get cash in your hand. Be less stress than selling the traditional way. Benefit and also a pain point. Okay. And what are we telling them to do? Is that click below to see how much you could get for your property, right? And we use some emojis. That is a ad copy that currently works and it's working. Now let's take a look at another ad copy. So this one right here, we are being very, very direct. We need to buy a few properties this month, okay? Now, in this here, we're saying that we need to buy a few properties. We're telling them exactly what we need, yes, for sure. But of course, at the same time, we can also call out the audiences by saying we need to buy a few properties this month in location. Now we're calling out the audience of that specific location. We're willing to pay more for properties than a typical real estate investor would. Okay. Now we help property owners in all kinds of situations, from foreclosures to burdensome rental properties. We offer cash for a home. So in here, we are having a hybrid, all right, of the second, which is the pain points. We help property owners in all kinds of situations, foreclosures, burdensome rental properties. And we also tell them how this is going to happen. All right. We offer cash for your home. Then can we give you an offer to buy your property? All right. So that we're telling them exactly how they should be doing things and how we're going to be able to help them. It's okay if it needs to work or fixing it up. Just click below, fill out the form, and we'll do a little research to give you an obligation offer within 24 hours. All right. Now we can always add urgency here and credibility or whatever that is. What have you got to lose? We'll take it as is. Again, benefits, no need for repairs. There will be no commission fees and no need for realtor, just a fast close and cash in hand. So that's another way. And now, again, we're calling them for action. Find out how we can help you sell your property by clicking on get offer. That's calling them to take action. Okay, that's call to action. Again, and this one, this act copy two, this one is flipped. So instead of saying this one at the beginning, we say this one at the beginning, which is kind of flipped. Okay. So it always good to A/B test. It's always good to A/B test. There's another one that is very short. This one says, need to sell your house fast, but don't want to do any repairs or pay any closing fees, perhaps in a complex situation. All right. So let's go here. This one is, what do they need? This is the second. This is kind of like the second and the first combined. So the as you can see here, the second section is, what does your audience want, and the first section is, know who you want, who know your audience, basically. Know who you want to sell this for. All right. Who 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 is it, basically? So we got to know exactly. And in here, so we're mixing out, need to sell our house fast. All right. Now we're calling out people that, of course, have a house, your house. So that we're calling out the people. But of course, we know exactly what they want. They need to sell our house. Okay. They need to sell it fast. And don't want to do any repairs or pay for any closing fees, any closing costs. It's another part of the section too. Perhaps in a complex situation like probate. Again, that's a pain point that we're covering. We can help you. So that's section 3. We can help you. We buy homes with cash, no matter what the condition of the house is. We will give you a cash offer instantly. Okay. Again, that's exactly how things are gonna go. And the best part, we can close in quickly as 7-10 days. Again, benefits. All right. Another one that we were looking at is, need to sell your house fast, but don't want to deal with all the hassles of showing it to the public, making repairs, and preparing it for a listing or sharing any commissions. Well, all right. Need to sell your house, your home. All right. So someone that has a home. So exactly what, how they're going to feel compelled, because we're using keywords and we're using exactly the second section. Criteria, but don't want to deal with all the hassles of showing it to the public. That's a pain point. Making repairs, that's another pain point. And preparing it for a listing, another pain point. Or sharing any commissions, that's another pain point. We buy properties from homeowners that want to sell fast without hassle and maybe have a lot of repairs to do in their home. Yes, that's another benefit. And here we quickly are doing this section 3. Click on the get offer button below to get your cash offer after we'll do a little research about the house. Great. Now we're adding a little bit more of section 2 in here. We'll make a cash offer on your home regardless of the condition. Make it easy as possible for you to close as your price. Again, we'll buy the property as is, so you don't have to worry. Now, this is a more of a long form ad copy, where we're actually combining some of these. This one could have ended right here, but at the same time, we just decided to continue. Now, sometimes you're gonna notice that short form ad copies are going to work sometimes better than long form. It's just a matter of A/B testing. It's just a matter of A/B testing at this point. Okay, so that you're gonna notice that, and that's basically how the ad copies basically work. Okay, now let's take a look at another one, just in case. No, not this one. All right. Did you know it's still a great market for home sellers? There you go. Home sellers calling out the audience. And we're asking a question in this case for properties in all conditions. Well, we're calling out the audience that has properties in all conditions. Click below to get an instant, no obligation, all cash offer, all right, for your home from a trusted local investor and sell without hassle. Again, a benefit. But here we're telling them right away what they need to do. We're actually shortening the process from section 1, 2, and 3, all the way from 1 to 3. Click below to get an instant, no obligation, all cash offer. Why? Because we're telling them exactly what they need to do in order to get a benefit, which is usually from section 2, and now we're doing a hybrid with section 3. Okay, now again, we're putting down some of the benefits right here, telling them exactly what could happen and things like that. And then once again, we're telling them you could do the whole list with an agent approach and pay a big commission, get stuck with big repair bills, which is something that ultimately it's a benefit for them to not get stuck with repair bills or deal with staging, open houses, negotiations, all of that. Or you could get an old cash offer, pays your closing cost, and still on your own schedule. So now that's how we're utilizing. And as a whole, you always want to make sure that your act copy, okay, tells the benefits of why they should be working with you in the section 3, right? So that's definitely something that you would want to understand. And this is basically the perfect ad copy for real estate investors. Okay. Now there's different ad copies that will work and you can continue creating. Some of them are more straight than others. Some of them are very, very straight up. So for example, right here, attention homeowners. Do you have a property you're looking to sell in under 30 days? All right. We're calling them out. We can buy your home fast and make it as easy as possible for you to close at a price you agree with. Okay. Now click the learn more button below and fill out the form to get started. Okay. Now we handle all work with title companies and attorneys and lien holders on the property. You just focus on the next portion of your life and just respond to us with the information we need. So that's another way to be direct and quickly go ahead and tell them exactly what needs to happen. So that's very direct, very short form. Okay, that's one way that you're going to be able to really leverage all of this, which is the perfect ad copy. Okay. Now, it's very important to also know how to work the headline. So now we're going to cover the headline. So what does a perfect headline really mean? Okay, we're going to cover the perfect headline right here. Okay, so the perfect headline. Let's make this happen right here. Okay, so what does a perfect headline entail? This is the second part of the training where we're going to cover the perfect headline. And a headline usually is going to be composed of what we know as what is your offer. All right. Everything is going to be around what you can offer your clients, what you can offer your leads. In this situation here, our offer is own a property, sell assets, and get top dollar. Okay, that is an example of an offer. So example of an offer: own a property, well, sell assets and get top dollar. That is an example of an offer that we can give to our clients, to our seller leads, to our homeowners. Okay, what are other examples of other offers? So what do they get benefit from? So sell in less than 7 days for cash. Okay, and we want to be able to actually have this first letters in capital, because these headlines, especially for the ones that are three letters or more, these headlines are going to be even more visible and more appealing whenever they have a capital letter in front of them. So I'm going to show you an example of this one right here. Okay, let's actually have variations right here. Let's take a look at the variations, the headline. Okay, so this headline right here has a variation. Instant offer, sell as is and get top dollar. Well, we could get rid of own a property and just have instant offer. That's a good offer. All right, honestly, people want speed. Okay, house need repairs or became a hassle. All right, so how are we going to be able to really come up with a good headline? Okay, good headlines are going to be either on essence, all right, it's a derivative of, let me show you. A good headline is going to be a derivative of conveniency, all right, speed, okay, best price, all right, conveniency, speed, best price. What else? What else can you think about a good offer? Well, we have the time frame that we can deliver or give them whatever it is that we're doing, the convenient, how easy we can make it, all right? The best price, whether it's like worth it or discounted or something like that, right? And how valuable it is, all right? So value. Okay, so it's a derivative of all these four. Okay, so what is your offer? That's the first thing that you want to be able to know about the headline. What is your offer? Example of offers, we're going to go on here, cover. So selling less than 7 days for cash. Okay, so house needs repairs, sell any condition. Okay, house needs repairs, sell any condition, cash. Okay, that's another type of offer that we want to have in our headlines. All right, or something like instant cash offer, no obligation, no fees, quick, right? That's another type of headline that we can have, because it gives the ability to give them speed, all right, the best value for whatever they're doing, all right, no obligation, that's conveniency, no fees, conveniency, quick, all right. So or you can always say no obligation, no fees, fast close. All right, and examples of other headlines are going to be in here. Let me go in here. So headlines that we currently use are the following: all cash, no closing cost, home offers, get an instant offer. Get an instant, no obligation cash offer for your house. House needs repairs or became a hassle. Well, I want to buy it. Sell your home for cash instantly. Get an instant cash offer in just seconds. No matter the condition of a house, we will buy cash. All right. All of these are conveniency. All of these are value driven. All of these are speed. Okay. All of these are, once again, a derivative of what's the best offer. All right. What is your offer? Okay. As long as you have a good headline, as long as you're going to have a good offer, you're going to be able to have a good headline. All right. And then again, you can always test that as well in your ads. Okay. Right here, you can always test these headlines at the same time. Whenever you're doing dynamic campaigns, we're going to cover dynamic campaigns, but you can do that. And description, which is optional, honestly, it could be a complement of your headline. All right. It can be a complement of your headline, and you'll be able to use that description to complement your headline. So for example, here, our description is get your cash offer within 24 hours. It could be a complement. We're not mentioning this description in any of our headlines. So that means that our description is right there. You can always use softwares to create other type of writing that is compelling for other people. Okay. All right. So that's about it for headline, creating the perfect headline for real estate investing. And we're going to cover the perfect static picture. Okay. Let me go here. Perfect static picture. I'm going to take a pause, Janine. I'm going to go grab some water. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine, Esteban. No problem.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm good. I'll quickly go to the bathroom and then I'll be back.
All right, sounds great. Thank you.
If you're using any GHL CRM, or maybe you are one of our clients using the RBI Rocket CRM, then it's better for you to use the calendar tool that the GHL CRMs have and just create your calendar here for your lead form or your Facebook ads. So you can just click here and create a calendar. Of course, make sure that you are in settings instead of your account. First, you need to go to settings, and there you will find the calendars. Then these are all of the type of calendars that you can use, that you can create. I'll show you real quick one of the examples that we have for our clients, so you can set up something like this if you want to, or just to modify it according to your needs. You will just add, the calendar name, the meeting invite title, the location. In order to do this, you will have to integrate your calendar as well, like your Google Calendar or any type of calendar that you use to the CRM. That's better, so that you can have that in your other calendar platforms as well. Here, edit the availability, and then in forms, the form you will have to create it from sites, right? So whenever you have it created, you will just select it here. Like, we have different type of forms. The idea is that in the calendar forms, you ask as many questions as you can or want from the property and from the seller, right? Then, well, here, notifications, connections, you can just customize this however you want to. But let me show you real quick the form that we have for our calendars. So, for example, here, we ask, since they've already filled out the lead form and we already have their basic information like email, phone, even their address, Here we ask more detailed questions on their situation and also on the property. So what's the lowest amount that you will take as a cash offer? If they're flexible on the asking price, how soon they will sell, motivation, the condition of the property. Also, you can ask, I don't know, about the number of bedrooms, garage, anything you need to know about the property. Then you add it to the calendar, and yeah, you can just copy that link here. Here in your calendars, you can just copy that link and add it to the lead form. After they give you their initial information, you just add it here. For example, let me show you. Here, you can add the link here at the end of the lead form. Or if you're using a landing page, you can also grab the embed code. So you click on share, and here you can grab any type of code. Now, if you don't have that, you can also sign up for Calendly. If you don't have a GHL calendar, I would recommend you use Calendly. I found an article on how to embed a Calendly calendar on your website, or you can also just grab the link as soon as you're done with your calendar. It should look something like this. So these are your calendars, and then here you just click on share, and that will just give you the link for you to add here in the lead form.
I'm going to go through what has made our clients more than $30 million in the last 3.5 years and what has changed their game ever since I mastered this. It's called Facebook ads and Instagram ads. Okay. Google's a whole different story. We're going to go through our business manager, and we're going to go through business manager, which most importantly, to understand the business manager, we got to create a business manager and got to go through a business manager. So that's what I want to go do here with you. Okay. So let's go here and let's understand what a business manager is. Ultimately, business manager, the only way that you can get it is by going into business.facebook.com and /create. A lot of you mostly are going to be boosting posts on Facebook, and you think that that's going to be the thing that is going to allow you to, reach your audience, generate leads, and so on. The thing is that boosting doesn't really work. If you want to boost a post, mostly just to get reach, just to get views, and that's about it. If you want to boost an Instagram post, that's okay. You can always do that. But the most important thing is to actually create a business manager. And in here, business.facebook.com/create is how we're going to create the business manager. So business manager is where you're going to control everything. And I'm going to give you an example. So inside of this business manager, where we go here and check out all the tools that we have of this business manager called Hustle Media. So in here, we have all the people, we have all the partners that we currently have. We have all the system users, we have all the pages, we have all the ad accounts, the business asset groups, apps, Instagram accounts, commerce accounts, WhatsApp accounts, data resources, like pixels and data sets, custom conversions, a bunch of different things like brand safety, the domains that we currently have. We're going to go through all of that. Registrations of pages, integrations of apps that we have with Zapier or lead sources, billing payments, security, request, notifications, business info, setup guide. And this is really just a place for you to ask for, even for help on Facebook. If you ever need to request actual help, you go to the business manager to find all of this. That's why boosting is not the way to go, right? So again, we're going to go here and do an exploration of the business manager. Okay. I was just sharing the screen here, but I failed at that. Hold on, let me just make sure that I have a new share in here. Boom, boom, boom. Google Chrome. Oh, I feel like I should have shared it in here. Anyways, sorry guys, technology might not be the best thing sometimes. All right, there you go. Yeah, I was just sharing, so I'm glad that I shared that with you guys. Okay, So we're gonna go ahead and create a new business manager from scratch.
Now we're going to create all of the assets that you need in order to start building your campaigns, right? So make sure that you go to business.facebook.com/overview, and it will ask you to create an account. So click here, create an account, and just give it your business information. So how is your business called? Let's say REI Buys Houses is mine. Then your name, and then your business email. So I'll use this one. Mine is showing me a disclaimer because I already have this email in other business manager accounts. If you have it, well, and you want to create a new one, just click on submit. Doesn't matter. It will create a brand new business manager with the same email address. That's fine. So after that, yeah, click on submit, and Facebook will send you an email with a button to verify that you are creating this new business manager. So click on submit, go open your email, click on verify in that new email that you get from Facebook, and that's it. You're going to create your business manager. As easy as that. Okay, so now we're going to create your ad account. First, make sure that you are in your business manager, right? So go to business.facebook.com/latest/settings or business.facebook.com/settings. Now, here you're going to go to accounts, then click on add accounts. And here you will probably have by default a personal ad account, but the idea is that you create your business ad account, right? So click here on add, and it's going to ask you for the name of the ad account. So click here on create a new ad account. Ad account name, just do your business name. Time zone, whatever time zone you are in. And then the currency, make sure that you select the correct one, because if you happen to select any other currency by mistake, it may charge you taxes that you are not supposed to be paying. So just select your currency, probably is going to be USD. Then click on next. Usage, here you have to select whether it's for your business or another business. So if it's for your business, just click on my business. Next, and you just have to agree right here. Click on agree. No, I cannot click on it, but whatever. You just have to click on agree and then create the ad account, and you will be done. Okay, so once you've created your ad account, of course, you need to add a payment method to that ad account, right? So here's your ad account, you created it. Now here in the drop down in Open in Ads Manager, there's a drop down right next to it. You're going to click on it, and you're going to click on View Payment Methods. Now that is going to open something like this. You're going to be able to see your current balance, your threshold. You can even set up a threshold to let Facebook know how often you want to get charged. And here in payment methods, you need to add a new one. So click on add payment method. And you can do debit or credit card, PayPal, online banking, and even add credit if you have any. Right now, if your account is new, probably you don't have any add credit. But yeah, you can just select debit or credit card next, and here you know how it works, right? You just add the name on card number, the date, the code, save, and just make sure that the payment method is verified. Facebook may send you a code to your online banking account or to your phone. So just make sure that you add that code in here so it verifies the payment method, and that's it. If there's someone else who's helping you run your ads, make sure you add them to the business manager using their own account. Never share your own credentials. So how do you do that? Go to business.facebook.com/latest/settings. Now go to users and people. In people, you're going to click on the invite people button. And here you're just going to add their email address, the email address that they use for Facebook. So in this case, I'm going to do lina@test.com. You can even give them temporary access if you need them to stop having access by a certain date. Now I'm going to click on next. And when you are assigning access, it's really up to you. Like, it depends on what type of access you want this person to have. So Up to you. You can give them full access to manage everything. You can even give them access to manage finances. However, make sure that, of course, this is someone who you trust, right? And also, whenever this person signs into your business manager, they will have to enable 2FA to make sure that they have a safe login to the business manager and nobody hacks them. And then if they hack them, um, they will hack your business manager probably. It's not like it's going to happen, not meaning to scare you, but there has been cases, so just be careful with that. Now, you can even give them access to certain assets. Sorry. So if you want to give them access to your Facebook page, what type of access do you want to give them? Full control. Also to the ad accounts, to Instagram accounts, whatever you have in there that you want them to have access to. Click on next, and this is just basically a review of what you're giving them access to. Now click on send the invitation, and they're going to have to check their email to be able to log into the business manager. Last step is for you to connect your Facebook page. So go to accounts again, pages, and then click on adding here. You can create a new Facebook page from here if you don't have any Facebook page for your business at all. But if you already have a Facebook page, you're going to click on add an existing page, and here just look for the name of the Facebook page, or you can copy and paste the URL. But something you need to keep in mind is that you need to have access to that Facebook page. You need to be an admin in that Facebook page because it's going to ask you, it's going to request approval. So you need to make sure you have the correct access. For example, I'm going to do like Lina buys houses. Let's say this is my page. I need to be an admin of that page. Click on it, click on next. Well, you will select it. If it's your page, you will click on next, review people. So basically who in the business manager you want to be able to manage your account, and then it will request approval. And that's it. That's how you connect it. Just follow those steps. Then you can also connect your Instagram account. So for that, you will need to have the password of your Instagram account. If you are going to connect a personal account, like maybe your phone at account, personal Instagram account, the Instagram account that you've had for years, your personal, if you're going to do that, it will turn into a professional one, just so you know. Just click on agree, then claim Instagram account, and make sure that you have the password. And that's pretty much it. We're done setting up the business manager assets.
So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna make sure I have a logo and I have a cover. And obviously the bio, it's gonna be part of this. All right, so we're gonna go here and we're gonna go to Canva and choose create a logo or create a cover, okay? So I'm gonna show you a few templates that we have, but let's make sure that it's definitely done. So let's go create a logo. So logo. Investor, real estate investor logo. Let's see if we can create something with this. All right. So we have a few logos that we can choose in here for this. Let me choose something in here real quick. Let me choose this one. Use this customized template in here. And let's see how that goes. It could be just starting point. Okay, so I have a house. I have this. I'm gonna go and just name something like this, instant cash offer. Let me just extend it in here. So it goes to the side. It goes to the side. Instant cash offer, homeowner solutions. Perhaps I may wanna also help myself with, it could be AI image generation or something like that. So let's see if we can get something with AI. So we could do house with cash offer. Let's try an example. House with cash offer. Let's create an image. Let's see how that goes. It's going to tell me, it's going to give me some ideas. So it gave me a few houses, but they look really, really, really well. I don't think that we're going to be able to use that. So let's just go here and use. So sometimes Canva will tell you, will give you some sort of magic recommendations, and that's what we could potentially do. So here, let's do money, for example, just to add some sort of money in here, just for the sake of making sure that it has everything to do with money, cash offers, and so on. I'm choosing this bills, putting some color in it to make sure it has color. Maybe I could just, put this in here. Let me just make sure to put it in a place where it actually makes sense. Let's see if this one maybe makes sense better instead. Let's go here. Nope. Let's just choose the other one that I had, this one. Okay, let's choose this one. Let's put it in here. Let's remove the circle and just have that. Okay, that's going to be our logo moving forward. Let me just move it in there. Instant cash offer. And I can do it, and I can have it two ways without this, or this just a little bit bigger. And I may want to just put that like this, instant cash offer. Boom. So it makes sense. This one, perhaps we may want to do something a little bit thicker. Right in there. That one could work. This one could work too. This one. Okay. Let's do that one. Instant cash offer right in there. Okay. Let's center it and let's make sure that we have that in there. The other option is that obviously we have here, we'll remove as much writing in here and we just leave the logo itself. And that's another option to leave for the logo, right? So I'm gonna choose this one, and you're gonna be able to create your own logo. There's another way for you to create your own logo where you can go to Fiverr.com. So go to Fiverr.com and with double R and go and graphic design, logo design, and ultimately choose logo. So you could do logo design. And you're going to be able to see different ways that you can do the logo. For example, here, this one that it's kind of very minimalistic, very, very well done. You can just pay $30, $50, $70, $120, not too bad. Or you can see the prices from here. It seems like $15, $20, $35, $30, $50 is somewhere around a good place. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to download the transparent logo of this. I'm going to go here, download all three, and I'm going to use that for my Facebook page. And the next thing is I'm going to be doing the cover. Okay, so I did the cover, and I'm going to do the logo. I'm going to do the cover. I'm going to make sure I also do my bio, my quick bio, and maybe do some posts in order to to put some credibility into this Facebook page. That's going to be definitely important. So let's do the following changes. First, we're going to put here the logo right in here. All right, switch into instant cash offer. Let's go here and upload the logo that we're going to put in here. Let me go to here. We have the 3 logos, transparent. Okay, perfect. Save this one right in there. And right there. We can always put a description to it, but let's just leave the logo right in there. Let's add a cover photo. So I have a few cover photo ideas. There's also ways to do it with AI, but let's just make sure that we use a template. So let me find the template here so you guys can also use something like that real quick. All right, so I found a template that is going to be part of this. You can put here your logo, or you can put here your face. For example, this one right here, you see, you're putting here your faces, or I'm putting whatever faces in here, right? Matt buys houses, we buy houses fast. There's so many of this that are already part of what we already created. Or there's this another one, which is another option, another way to create your cover. Or there's another one. There's a few different things that you can actually do. So I'm gonna use this one. Looks real nice. I'm gonna duplicate this, and then I'm gonna put in here the logo. Okay. So I'm gonna upload in Canva. Right in here, this one. Seems like we only have it in black. That's okay. So let's go here. Let me just create a logo. The goal for this covers is to ultimately look legitimate in front of homeowners that are potentially gonna be working with us. Okay, just you want to be able to look legitimate 100%. So let me go here and maybe change the color of this. Let's see. Let me see if I can add. So it seems like this one is blue. So what we can do is I can create more of a lighter color here by going into duotone and potentially create just a light color. Let's say if it is greenish, or let's say I just want to make it whitish with yellowish, just to make it a little bit lighter. Or it could be oranges, depending on how your brand goes. Let me just here make sure I can make it a lighter color. Let me just make it blue. There you go. Okay, cool. See how it changed? Now it's all good. Here we have a call to action, get a top cash offer, get a top instant offer right in there. Let me just put this longer. And this could be one of the ways that we can actually get this going. And I'm going to upload here this for more branding and credibility and so on. Okay. All right. So let me just put it here like that. Cool. Hey. Boom. You see? Boom. We did a cover. And you guys can also always maybe find a way that you guys can do it with design in Canva. So if you click in design in Canva here, you're going to be able to put whatever it is that you find that can fit your needs and that can fit whatever it is that you want to do. You can find it in here. Okay, remember that you want to fit ultimately Facebook, so you want to fit in here this. You got to tell Facebook usually tells you what's the size, but you got to tell Canva what's the size that you ultimately want to add for the design. And if you don't want to take too long, for example, you can do something like this, where we go here and change a few things from a template. So let's see what we can do here. Let's take a look at one in here real fast. Let's take a look at this one, this template. Add a new page right in there. Okay, cool. So now we have that template and so on. And let's just see how that goes if we have the same copy. So for example, get an instant cash offer. Let's go here. Get a top instant cash offer. Let's make it longer a little bit. Let's make this just 100. Okay, so it fits now. Let's also make sure that we have good letter spacing. Right in there. Boom. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this fancy stuff. I don't need this. I don't need that. Maybe you want to put your page in here. So for example, instantcashoffer.com, your number, put in your logo in here. So for example, here, I could potentially put this one in here, right in there with a background. It seems we buy houses. Maybe here we can put this exact same copy. Any condition, quick closing, best offer. Okay, credibility. Just put in here to make it look more organized. Maybe the steps that people have to do, we can put it in here. So maybe we want to add this ones right in here. Take a little bit of time in order to do that. Okay. Let's see how that goes. Okay. Step 1, then step 2. Right in there. Step 2, and then step 3. Boom. Let's move this in here. And I think this is going to be doable if I just move this entire thing here. I can select everything here if I do Shift, Select, and I ultimately move everything here. Let me just move in there. Let's also move this circle. And then I have all this stuff in here. Ready and go. Okay, so it looks pretty good, looks pretty neat. I'm gonna just use this as well. Perhaps that's what I need. Perhaps that's everything I need. I'm gonna go here and create this, download the current page that I just created for that new Facebook page.
Okay guys, so we are now here on our Facebook ad account. I'm going to show you how you can create your campaign from scratch using Facebook ads, Meta ads, and these ads are going to be delivering on Instagram, Facebook, and bringing you some new leads, right? So first thing we're going to do, we're going to this create button, right? I'm going to click it and we're going to select our objective. Right now our objective is to bring new leads, right? So we're going to choose that. leads. We're going to click continue, and we're going to choose the manual lead campaign, right? Why? Because we want to customize a lot of stuff. We want to do it manually. So let's choose that and go to continue. Here, first thing we're going to do, we're going to name our campaign. Easy way to do it, what I recommend is put the name of your company or your name, put the state you are going to be targeting, or the states, if it's more than one, put it there, and the type of campaign. Our campaign is a CVO. This means that our budget is located at the campaign level and is going to be distributed between our assets, right? This is our name. Then you can put something else like the date or something that allows you to identify the campaign easier. Right now we're going to leave it like this. Then most important thing, and this is really important, make sure your category is housing. Why? Facebook has some special categories, and if we don't choose housing for this type of campaigns that we're going to run, that is directed to real estate, then your ads are not going to run, and Facebook is going to flag your account and maybe disable it. So make sure you choose housing. If you're in the United States, choose United States. If not, choose the country you are in. But really, really important, don't miss that. This is really, really important. Then we're going to the campaign budget optimization. We're going to turn this on because the campaign is a CVO. So we can put the campaign budget here. We're going to choose daily budget, okay? And we're going to put, in this case, 100. That's what we recommend, at least $100 for the campaign to run. This is the best place to start. Anything less than that is going to be not that good, okay? Now we're going to our at the ad set level. Here we're going to choose the name of this ad set level. In this case, it's going to be an open one. We're going to create the first one, an open one. So this means it's not going to have any interest that we are going to be targeting. Select your Facebook page here. So in this case, is We Buy Any Houses. This is our Facebook page. Choose instant form. This is going to be the form that people is going to be filling their data and their information, so we can contact them and we have a little bit more of info on what they want and why are they trying to sell their house. Okay, we choose instant form and we leave this as is. Then we go down here in budget and schedule. You're going to be able to schedule your campaign. If you just want to run it for maybe a month or a week or 2 months, you can set an end date here. Like for example, if I wanted to run it for a month, I will go to 17th of January and we're going to put at what time we want it to end. In this case, we are not going to have an end date. We are just going to leave it like that. And in audience, here's where we're going to put our targeting. So first ad set is going to be an open one. So here we're going just to edit our location. So in this case, we said it was going to be Texas. So here you can put different options. You can put just like the whole state, for example. So if I put Texas, that would be it, right? But you can also go from counties, right? So for example, if I go to Austin, we can just target Austin and that would be it, and then we can edit this radius and choose the place that we want to target. So make this depending on the places that you want to target. It could be also the whole United States, right? This will depend on your ability and where you're able to, or which cities or places that you're going to be targeting. So right now we're going to just choose in this case Texas, right? Because that's what we said we were going to do. Perfect. So right now we're just targeting Texas with no targeting, just an open audience, like a broad audience. Facebook usually recommends to do broad. This works really well. So we're going with this, and then we're going to ad level. So we're going to do our first one. So here it will be like our first image. I usually put that it means image, and then we're going to put a description of the image we're going to use, right? Here we choose create ad, right? Single image or video. We turn off these multi-advertiser ads. It helps our ads have a better performance. What this does is that it puts your ad aside of other ads, so sometimes it doesn't work that good. It's better to turn it off. Then let's go to setup creative. We're going to choose image ad, and here we're going to put all that ad is going to have, right? So first we're going to put our copy. So here I have a copy. I'm going to share with you guys this that works really good. It's a copy that we've been using. It brings great results. It catches the attention of the potential seller, right? And it gives information that is really valuable to them. So we also help qualify the leads before they fill the information, right? So here, attention owners need a cash fair, all the information they need, and a call to action for them to click the button of get offer, right? Here you can put maybe a little bit more of detail. So you can put, for example, in this case, I don't know, Texas. So you can put here attention Texas homeowners. So it is more clear of the person that you're targeting, right? Then on your title, we're going to put this one, sell your property as is. And our call to action button will be get an offer, right? This would be it. Then we're going to choose our image. In this case, we have some images here already uploaded. We're going to choose this one that has worked really well. It says here quick sale, top cash, we are ready to buy your house, right? And it shows a picture of a house. Then we're going to edit this format. That is the format that is going to be showing on the stories and reels. So we're going to replace it, and here we have that format here. So here you see that now if someone sees the ad on their story or reels, it's going to be this view. We're going to click next and then done. So here we have our ad already, right? With our offer and everything, right? I'm going to name the ad, so it would be like quick sale, top cash. That is the text on the image, so I can recognize it quickly. And then you can just go and make a duplicate for it, like quick duplicate. And we're going to use this same copy. You can test any other copy, but here we're going to add an image and use other ad. So I mean, let me upload something. So here we're going to use some other ads. Let's say this one. Usually what we recommend is use maybe 4 to 5 ads per ad set. This brings the best results for this budget that we're having, right? That is $100 daily. So here I did the same. I chose the square format for it to appear on the feed or on Instagram, right? Or in Facebook when you're just scrolling your feed, and the story format and reels format here. Let's just adjust this one and click on next, and here we already have like 2 ads created, right? So here I'm going to name this one top cash offer. Perfect. So now we have 2 ads. Idea is for you to put at least 3 or 4 ads, but yeah, this is how you do it. We're going to share with you some images and some copies that you can test, and after you put your creatives, then you can go and duplicate your ad set. So you're going to do it by clicking here on these 3 dots, quick duplicate, right? And this is going to be our interest campaign. Ad set. This is going to be our interest ad set. The only thing we're going to change here is here in detail targeting. We're going to choose a few interests. So we're going to go, for example, for real estate. So here, real estate industry. You here can get some suggestion. One that works really good is first-time buyer. You can also search by loans, for example, mortgage loans, people that have mortgage loans. You can be really creative with this. test new things, test which ones work the best. These are a few ones that we have tried and bring good results. So yeah, for these we're going to use these ones, and then you're going to see that by duplicating the ad set, you also already duplicated the ads that we have already created. So if you work on this one first, create your first 4 ads, and then you just duplicate your ad set, you're going to be ready to launch your campaign. Okay. So yeah, this is how you do it really quick. Then you can just go ahead and create your landing form page. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. Clear our landing form so people can fill out the questions. They can give us their information so we can contact them and hopefully close the deal. So this will be it for this video. I'll see you on the next one.
Okay, guys, let's talk about ABO and CBO campaigns and what they do. So once we were creating our campaign, we went here to Advantage Campaign Budget and we turned it on. And when we did this, this became a CBO campaign, that it's Campaign Budget Optimization, right? What does this mean? That when we put a budget here, it's going to be split across all our ad sets. So if we have 3 ad sets, that budget is going to be split between those 3 ad sets. It's not going to be evenly. So one may spend more, one may spend $20, and the other one may spend $80, right? So it's not going to be split evenly, but Facebook is going to allocate that budget in the ad set that it may have the best performance. But once we turn it off, we can go into each ad set, and you're going to see that this option is going to be available, and you're going to be able to put your own budget to each ad set. So for example, for this interest ad set, I'm going to put $30, and for the open one, I'm going to put $100, right? So this allows us to do different tests. This allows us to put more money if we, for example, have different type of targeting. So for example, if in one we have a retargeting ad set, we can put less budget because we know maybe the audience is smaller, and if we have a bigger audience, then we can put a bigger budget. This will also allow us to put the same budget in case we're doing like an A/B test within the ad set. So if I'm trying to figure out which interest is going to work the best, and I want to do like a nice testing, I can put like $50 in each one, and then like do a test when we make sure they're going to spend the budget, they're going to spend some money and have great results. And that basically is the difference between ABO and CBO. And yeah, you can use it depending on what are your goals and what you're trying to figure out.
Okay, guys, so now we're going to see some KPIs from what we just saw, and some other KPIs that will help you understand what is happening with your ads, how you can optimize, and have a better understanding of your campaign overall, right? So I'm going to go just one by one and tell you what do they mean, okay? So impressions are the amount of times that people have seen your ad. Doesn't matter if this one people seeing your ad multiple times, but it's like the total impressions. So in this case, for example, this month we have had a total of 14,000 or over 14,000 impressions, right? That's the total of times that our ads have been shown. Then we have frequency. So frequency is the amount of times that a person have seen our ad. So in this case, in average, a person sees our ad 1.90 times, right? This is in this month. If we see this like maximum time, it is going to be higher. So a person may see our ad up to 3 times. So this is an average. Maybe a person is seeing it 5 times, and another person is seeing maybe 1 time, right? So what does this mean? How does this help you? So for example, if you are trying to convince a person that you see that your frequency is just 1, maybe it needs to be higher, maybe you have a lot of ads, or maybe if your frequency is really high, your frequency is up to 7 or to 8, people is seeing you a lot and maybe you're not reaching new people, right? So that may be a problem. So just depending on that, you can make decisions. So for example, if it's really high, maybe your audience is really small, so Facebook is showing your ad to the same people and the same persons over and over again. And if it's really low, maybe your audience is being really broad and you have to lower it, right? It can be also with budget. Your budget is really high, so you're showing to a lot of people, and then you can just lower it. But yeah, this is what frequency does. Then reach is total accounts that you have reached. Yeah, so in impressions is the total amounts of of times that people have saw you. In reach is the amount of people that have saw you. Doesn't matter if he has seen you 3 times or 4 times. Reach is going to be like how many people has seen your ad. Then CTR, it means click through rate. So people that is giving clicks to your ad to get to somewhere, right? So in the CTR, all is going to be the overall ad. So if anyone is clicking your ad to see your Facebook page or to go to the comments or to go to anywhere that your ad could lead, that would be CTR all, just to open your ad, right? This is divided by impressions, so clicks divided by impressions. And then you have your CTR, your link click through rate, so amount of or percentage that people is clicking your ad to get through your page, the one that you are redirecting, right? So in this case, it would be our lead form. So what percentage of people is clicking to see our landing page, right, or our lead form? Usually, these values will be higher on the ads that are performing the best. But for example, if you have a low click-through rate, but that ad is bringing a lot of leads, then I will prioritize like the leads instead of the click-through rate. So click-through rate is like a secondary measure, right? First, say your lead. If you got leads and cost and a good cost per result, good cost per lead, then CTR goes to a second place. But if you're not getting any leads, then you can go and check your CTR, right? We have amount spent, budget, then we have total clicks that people have give you, and the cost per click. So this is really similar to the click-through rate. So clicks total would be like the overall clicks that people give to your ad, likes, comments to open it, to go to your page, and how much does one of those clicks cost. And then link click would be the actual click that goes to your landing form in this case, right? And how much does this cost? So obviously, cost per link click is going to be higher than cost per click overall, right? But same, it becomes a secondary measure KPI when you have a good amount of leads or cost per lead. So make sure you always see these KPIs in context. um, and then you also have other KPIs like CPM, that is cost per 1,000 impressions. How much does it cost for you to get 1,000 impressions? So here in this case, $57. This also helps you to see how many accounts are you reaching. This is also like a secondary or third KPI that you're going to see. And then we have some KPIs that helps you see if your ad is doing good or how your ad is performing. So this would be in case, for example, of a video. So here you can see the play time average of your video, how many people is going is watching your video 95% of the video and amount of through plays. So for example, something that you can do is you can add all the percentages. So let me show you. So here you can see like how many people have seen the video. Let me organize this. So here you can see that from the total 3 seconds play videos, right? That is almost 50,000, right? Just half of this sees 25% of the video. So maybe on the first quarter of the video, we're having a problem when people is disengaging. Here is like a normal rate, but for example, if you saw a drop, I don't know,
at the end of the video. So here you see 15,000 and here you saw like just 1,000 and it's a huge drop that doesn't make sense. Then you can go to your video and see, okay, what is happening at that part of the video, at half of the video, or half of the video, what is happening is something that makes people go away from the video or keep scrolling. Maybe video becomes boring, really long, and then you can optimize that video, right? But yeah, that's how you can use this video place rate, right? And how you can use the other KPIs and what do they mean to optimize, to help you optimize your campaign in a better way.
Okay, guys, let's talk about creating an ad. I'm here right now in Canva, and we will be showing you how I create my ads so I can run them on Facebook ads or just put it like on social media. I'm here in Canva. I put create a design. I'm going to choose custom size, and I'm going to select 1000 by 1000 pixels. That is going to be like the square format, right? Here we're creating ads for real estate, right? So in templates here in Canva, you can look for inspiration. So usually I go here, I put real estate, and I look for maybe an ad that I kind of like. Depending if you have like the pro version of Canva, you're going to get more options, but in the free version you also get some. So for example, I'm seeing this one, and to be fair, I really like this one, and I'm going to just like edit it real quick based on what I know it works for me and what works for my ads. So first, I'm going to. This house is not a house that I like because it looks like really nice, and we usually focus on distressed houses. So I will look for maybe a house that looks a little bit more distressed. So I'm going to go here, search for a distressed house, and here I found something. I'm going to replace that image, and this looks more like something that I will use, and I will change also the background color because I know this doesn't work for us as well. Usually brighter colors tend to work better for me. And here I have something more that like what I would love. And then I will just go and edit like the text, and I will put like sell your house for fast cash, right? This works for me. For example, I see we have a button here. I will make it bigger, and I'm going to make a call to action there. For example, it could be like click here to get an offer. So that's going to be like my call to action. Put it like centered. Nice. There's a typo. Let me fix it. Click here to get an offer. I'm going to center it. Looks better. Yeah, perfect. And then maybe I'm going to put in here some stuff that I know work for me. So maybe some features that, or some things that I know people are looking for when we sell, when they're selling. So for example, I can put here sell in less than 7 days, and then I will just do this. Maybe something else. Let's put no repairs. Here, no extra cost. And we can put here another one that says like no cleaning needed. Yeah, we can put here so it makes sense. And yeah, I would be able to put more, but right now I'm not going to put anything else. And usually I would erase those dots, but it's not letting me, so I'm just going to put here, for example, a square, and I'm going to make it white. This is just like a quick fix, like being creative. So because it's not letting me erase those dots. So here I just make it like that, and it seems like there's nothing there. So yeah, I'm going to put it like this, and it's a nice ad, right? And that's how you can create like a real quick ad that's going to help you run your ads. And then I'm going to show you how you can do like maybe some variations on or some new ads on ChatGPT. So real quick, I'm going to download this, and then we're going to jump to ChatGPT. So we're now here on ChatGPT, and I just uploaded the image that we just made, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT to recreate or to make some variations of this image. So I just put create image, and I will say to him, based on the image I just gave you, please make a variation of this ad. Please make sure you keep the text or keep the wording the same, but change colors, style, and anything you consider important so we can test different ads on Meta. So I'm going to give that prompt to him and see what he comes up with. So here, after a while, ChatGPT already gave us some options. So first I asked him, okay, the prompt that I wrote with you guys to change colors, style, and anything that he considered important, and he just changed like the background color. But after this, I asked him to give me a variation where he changed the image of the house, and he gave us these. So the image is different. It's not the same that we had before. So here you have something else to test. And then I asked him to give a variation of the text, and he gave me this. So yeah, here you can see like just based on the ad that we made on Canva, that we designed really quick. Here now we have like 3 more ads that we can test. So here's how you can create like really good ads real quick. It took less than 10 minutes to create all of this, and now you can just go over to Facebook ads and start testing them.
Okay guys, so now we're going to create our instant form. If you remember, when we were creating our campaign, we chose instant form as our conversion location, right? If you don't see the option to create an instant form, go here to the ad set level and make sure you have this selected. Now just go for one ad, it doesn't matter which one, and go to create form. We're going to create one form here, create new, and perfect. So it's going to send you to this view where we're going to create our form. First thing we're going to do is to name it, same as the campaign. You can just put your company name first, then you can put that this is the lead form, right? Here you can put your name or something that helps you identify which instant form is this. So for example, it could be version 1, right, in this case, and yeah, that will be the title. Then on form time, you're going to choose the form time that you want. In this case, we're going to choose higher intent. What this is going to do is it's going to add like another step when people can check the info that they are submitting. So it's going to be a little bit more qualified, the lead, right? Then let's go to intro. In intro, you're going to have here this first view where you're going to talk to the client, right? So first we're going to greet the client. We're going to put a headline. So here I have a headline already prepared. Perfect. So here is get a cash offer and sell your house fast without a hassle. This is a title that has a headline that has worked very good for us. And then we're going to put a brief description of what is that we do, right? so people understand why they are filling this lead form. So in this case, you can put offer valid only in, I don't know, here in this case you would put Texas, so offer valid only in Texas, right? This is the one that we're going for. You can put, for example, if you're just going for a county or a city, you can put on, for example, Houston, right? In this case, we're going to go with Texas, and we give a little bit of details to the client. We need a little more information about you and the house you're interested in selling. We'll make you an absolutely free, no obligation cash offer. All information is strictly confidential, is not public on Facebook. So information that the client needs, why we need this information, what is going to happen after they give us this information, right? And that this is completely confidential. Great. Then we're going to questions, and here we're going to make the potential lead the question that we need him to answer, right, before or for us to have a better call with them, or to have a better understanding of what do they need or they want. So let's add a short answer first, or a question that needs to be answered with a short answer. And first we're going to ask them about their property, where is it located. So first question will be a street address of the property that you would like to receive an offer on, right? So here they will put like I don't know, my house is in this street. They here we encourage them to include street, city, state, and zip number, right? Then after this one, we're going to add another one, right? Let's choose a short answer. So here would be like we want to know what would be considered a good offer for them. So the question would be if we offer a cash and paid if we offer cash and paid all of the closing costs and fees, what would be the lowest acceptable offer that you will take? So we know if they are considering in selling and the amount that they want to receive is good for us, and we can work with that. And it's information that we need before talking to the client, right? To the potential client. And here we're going to add the last one, and here is just like a little bit more of information that for them to tell us why are they selling, if they are, I don't know, moving, divorcing, what is the reason they're selling, so we can attack their pain point easier, right, when talking to them. So far we're going to use these 2 questions. If you want to add more, you can do it, like do multiple choice questions, or you have something specific that you want to know before contacting them, you can go here and add another question. There's no problem with that. And then we have these pre-filled questions, right, that help us get more information about them, like full name, email, phone number. In this case, I like to put first name and last name separated, so here. Then I like to get their email, and after that I like to get their phone number. So here you can add the phone number. Usually this is what I ask for, this for these 4 items that I love them to fill. You can put more stuff like job title, work email, if that's important for you, state, province, country. If that's something that you're interested in, you can put them there. For us, this is fine. Then here in description, I will just put like, please fill this, please provide answer to these following questions, and that would be it, right? In privacy policy, you will need to have a link of a website where you disclaim what's your privacy policy. In this case, we have this one, right? And usually I don't put any text in here, just the link. And then we go to the review screen. The review screen is the one that appears when you choose higher intent. So there's nothing to fill in here, it's just automatic. And then the message for your leads. Usually we tell them like you are good to go, thanks, you are all set. And then we remind them like this offer is only valid for, in this case, Texas, for example. And then if you have like anything that is going to happen next, I will put it on this part. So for example, if you're going to contact them right away, we will put our client acquisition manager is going to be calling you shortly to get an offer after first understanding some things about the property, right? So you can put that there. If you have any other thing that you want the clients to know, sometimes you can give like a gift card if they schedule a visit or something else, then you can put it here, right? We're going to leave it like this. If you have a website, then you can put the link here for them to visit your website, schedule an offer. If you don't have a website, then you can just send them a file or put the number, your number for them to call your business. Or if you have, I don't know, promo code in this case, I think it won't apply. So maybe call your business. If you have like a PDF file with more information, you can put it here. As I said, if you have a website for them to know you more or schedule a visit or something, then you can send it there. And that would be it, right? For the landing form, then you just go create form, and that's it. It will look something like this. So first, people is going to be here, get a cash offer, sell your house without hassle, all the things that we put, you can check it here. They are going to answer all the questions. Then they're going to fill the information, their contact information that we need for us to contact them. Here is the form preview and the review screen, right? And then the last message where you said that you're all set and you can send them to the website. That would be it for this lead form, guys. One thing that you can add here in the intro, you can add like a background image. If you have a personalized background image, you can add it here. It could be like the same as your ad, or something like that. Okay. So, for example, let me show you. Let's use this. That's the same of the ad. You can just put it here, and it's going to appear like at the background, and it will look prettier. But yeah, guys, that's it. And next video, we're going to do a short recap of what we did creating our campaign and creating this lead form. And thank you, guys. Okay, guys. Now we're just going to go over what we just did, the campaign creation, the lead form creation, to make sure we didn't miss any step, and that our campaign is ready to go. Okay. So first, remember we chose create our campaign here, and we selected leads as our main campaign objective, right? Because that's what we want. We want leads. When we have this view at the campaign name, we chose or we put our company name, in this case Hessel Media, the place where we're going to be targeting and running our ads, we chose Texas, and the type of campaign that we have here is a CVO campaign, right? That means that the budget is allocated at the campaign level and is going to be automatically distributed between our assets, right? Campaign details here, leads again, make sure advantage campaign budget is on. Here's when you choose that you are going to have a daily budget, and here you're going to put your budget. Remember, we recommend to be at the 100s, maybe a little bit more, but that's an ideal budget for you to get good results. If it's really low, you may take a lot of time to get results, and if it's higher, it may spend a lot for a lot of leads. So maybe start at 100 and then you can adjust. Okay. And remember to put daily budget. Then we went to our ad set level, right? First, we created our open ad set, right? We chose instant form. That's where we're going to collect our leads. So conversion location, instant form. We chose our Facebook page. In this case, we use our one. We buy any houses. You're going to use your own Facebook page. And then we go down here to budget and schedule. You're going to choose where you're going to when you're going to be running your campaign. You can choose a start date and an end date. We're going to start it right away, and our end date, we don't have one. We're just going to run it until we decide to turn it off. Okay. Budget, we have already choose that is on the campaign level, so you're not going to have to edit that here. And then on audience, you're going to choose um, here first your location. So here we're going to choose Texas as our main location. And since it's an open audience, we're not going to choose any detailed targeting here. Um, and after that, you're going to run your ads or create your ads. Here we created our first one, that is this one, image, quick sale top cash. Great. Facebook page is already selected since we selected at the ads level, right? We uploaded this image, that is the one that you see here, in both formats, like feed format and story format, right? Then we added our copy, where we customize it here with attention Texas homeowners. You can customize it depending on what you offer and what you want the people to know. Here is one that works for us. We added a title and a call to action that says get offer, right? And after that, we created our form, right? In our form, we went here to create form. We open this one. We selected the name that we wanted, right? We choose it to be higher intent. At the intro, we chose our background image that is the same as one of our ads. Then we put our headline, get a cash offer and sell your house fast without a hassle. We chose this description for people to know what we want and what we're going to do with their information, right? We added the questions that we need people to answer, like where is your property, right? What is the street address? What is the offer that they will accept, right? And why are they selling? Those are three questions that we ask. And then we ask them to fill this information, like with their contact info, like first name, last name, email, and phone number. Then we have the privacy policy, that you're going to put a link here to a website with a privacy policy that works for you. Then a review screen that, because we chose higher intent, is going to appear, and a message for the leads that are going to send the information to you, like thanks, you're all set, this offer is only valid in Texas, and our client acquisition is going to be contacting you to make you an offer after he talks with you and you give him more information, right? Then you can add an additional action, like go to your website, view a file, or call your business, depending on what works for you. In our case, we're going to go to your website, and here people can schedule their visit, right? Put the link and the call to action. And then you go to create form. In this case, we have already created our form. We selected here, right? So this is the one that we created. Make sure that you choose it on all your ads, right? And then you're ready to go. You can just go and publish your campaign and start making leads. So yeah, that would be the quick recap.
Okay, so we are going to be spying on our competitors ads. I'm going to show you how you do that. Or well, not only competitors, you can really see here anyone who's running ads, Facebook ads. You can check on any company, really, any company in the world if you want to. So I'm going to show you how to do that. First, make sure that you go to the ad library from Meta. Just go to Google, quick search ad library, like Meta or Facebook ad library, and you will find it. It should look like this, right? First you're going to filter your country. Of course, yours is going to be United States, probably, or Canada. You're not in Colombia. I am, but you're not. Um, the ad category is going to be either all ads. You can do all ads, but since you're a real estate investor, of course, probably your ad category is going to be housing. So you can do housing or all categories. Doesn't really matter. And I'm going to show you what we have running on We Buy Any House. So let's look for We Buy Any House. Everything you need to know about the company that you're going to be spying on is their business name. So we know that we have the We Buy Any House page. That's what I'm looking for right now. Here you're going to see by default how many ads are running, that there are active ads. If you want to like delete this, you will also be able to see the inactive ads. And here you go. We have different type of ads. You can see here the design, like the type of media we're using, the copy, right? Very important, like the ad copy. Tennessee and Georgia homeowners. Attention, Lancaster County, Denver, Colorado, and surrounding areas homeowners. Attention, California homeowners. You can check out the copy. Check out, of course, the here what we have right next to the call to action, and you can even like click on the button and see if that takes you to a landing page or to a lead form. And if they have a landing page, you can even like spy on their landing page. You can even do that. So something you want to keep in mind, you have no idea how these ads are performing. You are not going to be able to see the CPL, the clicks, the impressions, the amount of conversions. No, you're not going to be able to see any of that. You can only see like when did this ad start running, the platforms they're running on or running in, sorry. and and yeah, that's pretty much it. You can see, like, for example, we
We're
have
looking to
an
sell your
Esteban
house
video right
quickly and
here.
haven't been able to sell it. There's a
For
lot of
example, the
repairs
Esteban
and we need
video
to
with
take care
this
of it.
copy has been running for more than a month now. Let's see if there are more. So if you see like ads that have been running for a long time, you can assume that those ads are working well, that they're performing. Otherwise, they must have been stopped already, right? So okay, this won't show me anything else. It's not loading, but there's probably more ads that you can take a look at. That's how you do it. You can even filter right here if you want to filter by, I don't know, locations, language. Probably you're going to do English. The platforms are running in, the media type, and so on. Again, if you're going to get inspiration from this, or if you're going to try to do something similar for your ads, make sure to keep in mind that you have no idea how this is going to perform. You're just basically seeing what other people are doing, not how this is working for them. So that's how you do it. Again, you can look in here for any type of company. I don't know, like, look, there's Mimi buys houses. There are different other home buyers that you can spy on. So just try to look for those companies in here and see what they have going on.
Okay, guys. So now here I'm going to show you what to do when you have an ad that's been rejected and how can you prevent not having rejected ads. So the first part is really easy. When you have an ad that's been rejected, Facebook is going to show you. Here we can see an ad error, and if you select the campaign and go to the ad level, we're going to see that this ad has been rejected. If we go and see why, is going to say that it doesn't align with our policy. So when I first saw this, it said we rejected your ad, and here is he's going to appear a button that says like you can send it to a review, so the Facebook team and Meta team can decide if it was actually rejected because a good reason or maybe it was a mistake. So that's what I did when it first appeared. That was a few hours ago. I simply put a review ad, and they're going to take a decision. It can take up to 24 or 48 hours, and after that, if the ad is good, then it will run again. If not, it will keep paused. If you think it was a mistake, you can just duplicate it and run it again, because sometimes it's the ad that is running the best. And if there was no mistake, then you need to make changes to those ads. So what do we have to have in mind is that Facebook, for especially for this category of housing, has really detailed practices that we need to keep in mind. So, for example, they want to prevent, and they say it here on their Facebook, that they want to prevent discrimination and discrimination practices. Okay, so what's discrimination? This will vary, and this will vary in our ad and in the way we talk, right? So, for example, if we say on our copy like we sell houses for certain type of community, that's going to be discrimination. That's why Facebook doesn't allow us to segment by age or by specific places, right? That's the main reason why we have to be really careful with that. So reasons they may disable your ad, maybe you put an image of an elder or a person of certain community of certain race, and you are being very specific about that you're only targeting them, so that's going to be discrimination. Or maybe you're excluding them, that's also going to be discrimination. So try to be um, along the lines of what Facebook is asking. Don't make fake promises. Don't discriminate any group of people uh, on your image and on your text. Okay, be broad and try to send your message in a way that could be understood for everybody, and that everybody feels like they can be part of what you're offering, right? And then you're going to be the one doing the targeting and segmenting with other tools that we have seen on the targeting part, right? And yeah, that would be it. If you got a disabled ad, just send it for review and make sure you don't have disabled ads that often, because then that can encourage on a disabled that that can end on a disabled account. Thank you, guys. Okay, guys, so now we are here with an account that we're going to optimize, right? We're going to be optimizing this campaign. I'm going to show you a few more and to see how you should be managing your campaign after a few days that your account has been running, that you have been some leads, so you can optimize those results and keep bringing results over time. Okay. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to customize our columns so we see the information that we want to see. In this case, we're going to be seeing here. You can search for them here. I'm going to be seeing delivery, actions, reach is the amount of people that we have reached, CTR all, CTR link click through rate. So this is all the ad, and this is just the link clicks. Results, that in this case it will be leads, cost per result, so cost per lead, amount that we have spent, budget, clicks, link clicks, CPC, and CPC, that is cost per click all and cost per link click. Okay, we're going to save this view. I name it optimization leads or opt leads in this case. And yeah, so here I can see that in the month of December, we have brought 11 leads and a cost of $167, right? We have spent this amount, right, over the course of the whole month. And I think we have optimized this campaign over the month like 2 times already, right? Usually what I do is that I optimize weekly, right, depending on results. But usually I let the campaign run for 5 to 7 days before making any changes. That's because sometimes when we make changes like on day 1 or day 3, we can like restart the campaign, right? And the learning process of the campaign. And sometimes, for example, when we are new to Facebook ads and we see like the campaign has been running for 1 or 2 days and we're not having the desired results, we start to making changes really quick. And then this restart the campaign, and then we make changes again 2 days, and we never let the campaign perform properly, right? So giving it time to run, so for 5 or 7 days, allow us to get results or allow us to get data of the things we can improve, so we get results. Okay, so here this campaign has been running for 7 days. I know last time I optimized it was on the 11th, so last 7 days it has bring 6 leads at a cost of $132. So if you see, it has lowered the CPL these last few days, so last optimizations work really good. It helped us lower the cost per lead. So we're going to go to the ad set level, and you're going to see there's one ad set that is performing better than the other one. So the one that is open has brought 3 leads at a cost of $175
cost per lead, and another one that is the interest one has bring 3 leads at a cost of 89, so an average of 132 leads for a total of 6 leads. What we're going to do right now, something that I love to do is content-based optimization, right? So that's the first thing that we're going to do. If you see here, we have 3 leads, but these leads have come from just one ad, right? And if you see this one ad, it has a cost per lead of 102 leads, the cost per lead, sorry, with an amount spent of $308. In the last 7 days, let's see all the KPIs that we just went and chose on our column, right? And if you see, this ad is the one that has spent the most. And one thing that you can think is that, okay, these ads have not spent that much, and we have to see why. So we decide if we can let them run a little bit more or not. Okay. So first, the ad that is working, it has a good cost per lead. It is still higher than the other ad set, but still is working. It's bringing us leads. So I will not turn off this one. I will let it run because it's the one that is bringing results. So that's it. I will leave it there. Even if it was a little bit higher, I will let it run because it's the only one that is bringing results. And I will analyze why it's bringing results. So maybe I will go to the ad, right, and see what does it say that may be more appealing for people to fill our lead form, right? So it says get paid for your house in just 7 days. It emphasizes the 7 days, right? uh, and it says like need to set us up, we can help, right? So those are two things that are really important. If you need to set us up, we can help you and close this deal in 7 days. Okay, really important. It shows a distressed house and a white background, so we're going to have that in mind for the new ads that we're going to be running, for them to emphasize the days and the urgency of this. Okay. Here, then we're going to see the other ads and choose what are we going to turn off. Okay, so let's start with this image that it says behind on payments. I'm not going to open it. I just want to see the result. It has spent not that much, $35, right? But why is not spending that much? We can see it really quick. If you see it has spent just $35, but it's the cost per click, that like the overall cost per click and the link cost per click is really, really high. If you compare it with the image that is actually bringing leads, it's almost 3 times higher, like in the CPC and the overall CPC, right? On the link CPC. Here, this one has just 2 clicks at a cost of $17. Here we have 47 clicks at a cost of 6. So that's why it's not spending. Facebook is considering that the money will be better spent on this ad, and it's going to bring better results just on clicks, and that's why it's going to start bringing leads, right? So here, Facebook is not going to give it a lot of budget, and if we go and see like day after day, you can go and see, for example, on the 11, probably it gave more budget, like $5, didn't bring good results. Then a little bit more, $13, okay, not bringing results. Then Facebook starts deciding like, okay, it's not going to bring results, just 10 cents. Day 14, $2. Day 15, $7, okay. But then again, $4, it starts to lower, $3, 19 cents. So yeah, Facebook is deciding not to give that much budget to this ad, and it's going to do it. I mean, you can let it run and say like, oh, it's not spending that much, let's wait. But to be fair, Facebook is not giving it money, and it's not going to work, so I'm going to turn it off. That's the first one that I'm going to turn off. And the other one that I'm going to turn off is this one, that is almost the same case. It's not as bad as this one, but it's not bringing clicks or link clicks. It has a high CPC and a high cost per click. And if we go and see the CTR, for example, the CTR all is really, really low compared with the other ones, right? So it's an ad that maybe is not being that appealing. So I'm going to turn it off as well. We can let run this one if you want, because it has a good cost per click and a good CPC. So Sorry, this one. So I will let it run maybe few more days, another 7 days, to see if it starts bringing leads, because CTR is high, right? It has not spent that much to say like is it has a bad cost per lead, because for example, if it got one lead today, it will be a cost per lead of 127, right? So I would wait until it spends at least $200. That would be like bad. Like, okay, it's not bringing any leads at $200, then I will turn it off. For now, I'm just going to wait, and I'm going to run some new ads similar to this one. So I'm going to just here to quick duplicate, right? I'm going to duplicate this ad, and I'm going to just change the creative. I'm going to turn it off and add new images. So here we have chosen some new images, having in mind what we saw, right, of the other ad. Here is one that says sell your house for fast cash. So same. It has also a distressed house, a white distressed house, having in mind that the other one had a white background. We chose like one with a white distressed house, right? And we're going to choose both formats here and emphasize that like is for fast cash, sell your house like really quick. So having in mind what has been working, we're going to use similar wording and test some new stuff to see if this also bring leads for this week and for this optimization. I know copy, we just changed it and has been working really, really good. For example, if you had a problem with different stuff, like for example, you are getting out of area leads, you can be more specific in here and add, for example, attention here. This campaign is on Virginia, attention Virginia homeowners, and then you can optimize from there. Then, if, for example, you are getting, I don't know, mobile homes properties, then you can add a offer not valid, sorry, valid for mobile homes, right? So you can do that in case you're getting something like that. You can always do it from the copy or from the image itself. If you are having that problem, you can add that offer not valid here on the text of the image, right? Right now this copy is working good. We are just going to put these new images. So this will be a blue image and it says sell your house. We always put the type of content, so in this case images, and the color, because we test a lot by color, and what it says. So sell your house for fast cash. And yeah, that would be it for this one. I would like to run another one. Let's see. So we put this one, top offer for your house. Although I think there's another one that would work best. For example, this one, need cash, get an offer in minutes. Same, being really emphasizing really good that is really quick, that you can get an offer in minutes. So the last one said like 7 days, here in minutes, but it's really quick, right? We buy your house as is, and also an image of a distressed house. So we're going to upload that image, and we're going to use that one. Let's wait. And now we're going to choose it. In both formats, and same. We're going to do the same. Make sure formats are okay. Wording is fine. Next. Done. Right? And just green. This is green and purple. I'm just going to put green. Need cash. Get an offer in minutes. Right? And then I'm just going to publish them. Okay? So that's basically a quick optimization of this campaign. It's bringing results. It's going to work really good. Right? I know this is going to work. Then I will just go to the other ad set and see what is happening. And I think it's going to be something really similar. Here are two ads that just changed here we changed the copy on one of the ads. We wanted to test if it was the copy or it was the image. The image is the one that is working, but these other ones are not working. I know this one is working in the other campaign, but sometimes they work in one. Sorry, in the other ad set, but sometimes they work on one and not on the other. Here I will just do the same. see what is working in here, and put more ads. Something that I want you to know, guys, usually for this budget that is $100 daily, we usually do like 4 to 5 ads, not more than that. Why? Because sometimes if you put up to, I don't know, 8 images, Facebook is not going to be allowed to test all the images. Budget is not going to be enough, right? So what may happen is that each ad spend like, I don't know, you have $100 and you have a total of 20 ads. Each ad is going to spend really, really low budget, right? So it may be ones that spend just like $5 and $20, and no ads are spending up to 80 or 100 or $200 in a week. So if your cost per lead is $100 and no ad is spending that amount, maybe you're not going to get any leads. So make sure that the amount of ads that you have makes sense with the budget that you have, right? And then at the ad set level, if you have an ad set that is not working, so here we have non-interest and interest, you can just, for example, if this ad set was or had a high cost per result, I would turn it off and try something else. Something else, it could be like a different interest. So for example, if we have interest here regarding mortgages, right, then we can go and create one just people interested in real estate, right, and see if that works the best. In this case, both ad sets are working really good. This is a structure that has worked for us really, really good, and this is how we manage campaigns. And yeah, this video has been a bit long, but hope you guys get good information for this and you can keep your campaign going.
So, disabled ad accounts. This is something you need to take care of immediately. Meta will probably disable your ad account at some point. If they don't, then you are very lucky. So, either way, whenever they do it, if they disable your ad account, make sure that you appeal, make sure that you request a review, because it's not a good thing to have your ad account disabled for too long, even if you're not using it at that moment to run ads. So this is how you will know that your ad account is disabled. Basically, Meta will tell you, you will see this disclaimer in here. And then you will have to click on see details. That is going to take you to your account overview. So just click here and that will take us here. It will show you your account has been disabled, when was disabled. In this case, it's because they noticed initial activity, so they are like extra careful with this, with the ad accounts on a leave. Then if they notice any initial activity, they will disable it, even if you're not doing anything wrong. So restrictions, here there are disabled assets. Now, how do you fix this? Basically here, Meta will show you either a button that says request review, so you can fill out a quick form regarding what happened with the ad account, and then they will contact you to your email, or they can also they will give you a link to your support inbox. So make sure that you have the link saved, because that's where you have to follow up with them, so they can enable that account again, right? Or in this case, it's allowing me to contact support. That's good because I can email them. I can, sometimes they also allow you to open a messenger chat, and also they use your phone number. So if you open a ticket with them, they will call you to your phone number, a Meta representative. So yeah, basically click in here, no matter if it's contact support or request review, and try to get your account enabled. Explain to them how you're using the ad account. They may request some information from you, but the important thing is to get your ad account enabled, really, and follow the steps after you click on this button.
Okay, guys, so now I'm going to show you how you can see real quick your messages and comments or likes that people have left on your ads. And it's really quick, it's really easy, and you can see all your comments either on Facebook or Instagram. So right now I'm here on our Facebook ads manager, and I'm going to here to these 3 lines, and then I'm going to click on inbox.
And once I click on the inbox, it's going to send you to a dashboard where we can see other Instagram messages, Facebook messages. If you have WhatsApp, it's going to let you see WhatsApp messages. But here there's a part that it says Facebook comments and Instagram comments. And for example, you can real quick go to any of your comments, and it will show you um, which ad does uh, which ad has the comments, and you will be able to see the comments and reply to them and see who has given a like to these comments, and maybe you can just contact them directly, and you will be able to do this with Facebook and Instagram comments, and it's a real fast way to do it. Right now we don't have Instagram connected here, just Facebook, but yeah, you can see it here. It's really quick, it's really easy, and maybe you can get an extra deal from those comments.
Now that your leads are coming in, what are you going to do with that information that comes in from Facebook? So, ideally, you have a CRM. If you don't have a CRM already, I'm going to record a video also for this course where you will be able to see the CRM that our clients use. And it's great for lead management and lead conversion. It's a CRM that we provide them with. But besides the CRM, you may also want to have, or you want to at least have a tracking sheet. At least, if you don't have a CRM, support yourself with a spreadsheet, like start somewhere, right? So this is a very basic sheet for you to be able to see all of the leads that are coming in. I'm going to show you how to automate this in the next video. So the lead information will be coming here, and there will be a couple of fields here for you or your team to fill out. For example, like comments, whether this person booked an appointment, when was that appointment, if the property is under contract, and well, the lead source is probably going to be Facebook, right? So yeah, there's that. Make sure that you add also timestamp. Make sure you also use a timestamp field so you know when this lead came in. Of course, the basic information from the lead, questions that you may ask in the form, or maybe that you're in a call with them and you're able to gather like the reason for wanting to sell, lowest acceptable offer, how soon are they looking to sell, all of that information that you need to know as an investor looking to buy their house, right? Campaign name, ad set, and ad name. These are fields that Facebook is going to give you. I'm going to show you that in the next video. You will see how you will be able to map them in an automation that sends them here, right? I also have here a self-appointments KPIs sheet. That's how we call it. But basically, all of the people who book an appointment after they become a lead, they also come here automatically with the questions from the appointment form. You can even create one for cash buyers if you want to have cash buyers here as well. But we're talking sellers here in this course, right? This is the basic thing you want to have to be able to have visibility on the leads that are coming in and what's going on with them. Now I'm going to show you like the revamped, way better version of this that we use for our clients, for our social media clients. So we have a better version of the Facebook seller sheet, where we also calculate how many days have passed since they opt in, and we have like a more complete view of where they're at. So we have the same questions. We add here the link of their contact from the CRM. If an offer was made to this person, if the property is under contract, the date, appointment to contract days, lead to contract days, if that deal was closed, close date, revenue per deal, and well, tracking information basically. So this is a lot more complete. As you can see, it has like all of the stages of the process. And we also build this really cool KPI calculator for our clients to be able to see per month what's their ad spend, the number of leads they got in that month, contracts made. There's like many formulas going on in here. Number of appointments, lead to appointment rate, number of offers, lead to offer rate, and all of these cool numbers to have visibility on. So I will show you that we have averages per month, total of the last 12 months. So this is a lot more complex, right? We even have quarterly. So we even have an ROI calculator here. So it really depends on how far you want to take it, in terms of being able to have visibility on your tracking sheet. But the most basic thing for you to have is definitely a sheet where all of the lead information goes, right? So there's that. I'm going to show you in the next video how you can automate this, but make sure that you have some way of tracking this. Very important for you to start tracking. Okay, now that you have your campaign and your lead form created, you want to make sure that you're sending that lead information somewhere. So it could be either a spreadsheet or your CRM as well. I'm going to show you how to create a simple automation in Zapier so that you can send the lead information there. You can also use make.com or other automation tools out there that will help you send the information to your spreadsheet or CRM. But I'm going to show you how to do it with Zapier. So first, you will of course need to sign up with Zapier, right? So create your Zapier account and then you're going to create a SAP. So this is how your SAP has to look like at the end, like whenever we're done. Let me explain to you step by step. So first you need the trigger. What is going to be the trigger? Basically Facebook lead ads, because that's where the lead is going to come from, right? So whenever you're setting up the trigger, Facebook right here, sorry, Zapier right here will ask you which app you want to use. So you're going to look for, Facebook has different Zapier apps, but you're going to look for Facebook lead ads, such as the one that I have right here. So Facebook lead ads, sorry, the trigger event is going to be new lead, of course. And here you have to connect your account. So just click on connect. It will ask you to log into your Facebook account. You will select the page that you are using to run the ads. You will select the lead form, and that's where you set up the first step. Then you will be getting, okay, here in configure, this is where you select the page and the form, okay? Then you will test. So you just have to click on test, and Zapier will give you like a dummy test, dummy lead. And with that lead information, you are going to go to the next step. So next step for me, and I suggest for you as well, is to send that lead to your CRM. So I'm using the REI Rocket CRM, which is a go high level CRM. That's why I'm using a lead connector step here in Zapier. So again, if you want to look for the app, here you can select. There's different CRMs. There's HubSpot. I don't know if Salesforce, Podio, and so on. But in this case, I'm using Lead Connector, right? So you just look for Lead Connector, and that's it. You select Lead Connector. Then the action or the event. Honestly, the event can be anything for you. Like you can create a contact, you can create an opportunity. In this case, I'm adding the lead directly to a campaign because I already have an existing campaign, an existing workflow in my REI Rocket CRM that whenever I send people to that workflow, the opportunity will get created. I even send follow up to the lead. It's just an automation that we've built for our clients, our lead generation service clients. So that's why in this case I'm picking a lead to campaign. But you can also like create a contact or an opportunity. Then of course you select your account. Here you will have to connect with your go high level API key. And then, in configuration, you just basically map everything. You select the workflow that you're sending them to, or you just start mapping the lead information. So from the fields that the lead form is giving you, you just map first name, last name, email, phone, the address of the property, the motivation if you're asking it in the form. You can even create fields for tracking. So for the campaign name, the ad set, the ad name, and so on. We just have all these different fields in the CRM that we use for our clients. And then, you just test that, make sure everything is working well. And you can also send that to a spreadsheet, right? For tracking. So this is very simple. You just gotta select Google Sheets as the app in here. Google Sheets, you see? Now you, as the event, you select create a spreadsheet row. You can do different stuff. You can even like update the spreadsheet row and so on, but this is a brand new lead, right? So you just want to create a spreadsheet row. You connect your account with your email, and then again, you go to the configuration. Remember to click on continue. I'm not doing it right now because I'm just showing you how I've set it up. But if this is your first time setting it up, you will want to click on continue and just making sure that you're following each step and mapping everything. Then you're going to select your spreadsheet, the worksheet, and basically start mapping all of the information. So create a time, first name, last name, email, phone, motivation, address. Here the fields are kind of messed up, but you will make sure you're doing it correctly. And you just test. Remember to test everything to make sure that everything's working fine, right? And also, additionally, if you want to send yourself an email from Gmail, you can do that as well. This is just to get the notification that we got a new lead. So you do the same. You look for the app in here in Cyber, you do Gmail or regular email or whatever email you have, Outlook, whatever it is. Then you send an email. That's going to be the action event. You send an email. You connect your account, your Gmail account, and in the configuration, you select who to send it to. So it can be yourself or your team members, for example, team members. And well, you just let them know that we generated a new lead from distressed seller campaigns or from meta ads or however you want to differentiate it. And here we're basically mapping all of the information. So name, email, phone, we're even sending the UTM parameters and so on. And that's basically it. Just whenever you're done, make sure that you don't have any errors. For example, here, since this is a template, you have to fix all of the errors. You have to either skip the tests or test them. And whenever your SAP is ready and you don't have any errors, here I haven't fully set up the first step, so that's why it's not letting me do it. But whenever your SAP is good to go, always make sure that you publish your SAP. It has to be, it cannot say draft. It has to be published so that the automation works. Now, this is the ROI Rocket CRM. It is the CRM that our clients have been using over the past 5 years to be able to organize and manage their leads and therefore convert more leads and make sure that they are not losing any opportunity. Why do you need a CRM, and why do we suggest that you sign up for a CRM? Basically, if you're not using one, you're kind of staying behind. Any business nowadays needs a CRM, or at least any scalable business needs a CRM, right? So, you need to be able to make sure that you are not losing any opportunity. Sometimes when lead comes in, it may be hard to keep track of them. If you don't have a proper way of organizing them, if you don't have automated follow-up supporting your team, if you don't have a proper way of organizing yourself. So that's why it is very important to have a CRM. As I was saying, there's many CRMs out there, and you can integrate them with Zapier as well to make sure that your leads go there. I'm going to be showing you the ROI Rocket CRM in this video because this is a CRM that we've been working on for over 5 years to make sure that every single technical thing works to help the investor or the lead manager close more deals, right? So there's behind this pipeline, there's a net of automations that are going to be helping you. So for example, here in the leads pipeline, because there's different pipelines, of course, because there's different like stages of the process. So you first buy the property, then you try to sell it to someone, like to close the deal and so on, or whatever you do with your property, right? So here in the new leads pipeline, or well, in the leads pipeline, there's different stages that are going to help you know what's going on with this lead, like where are they at, if we're nurturing them, if they already booked an appointment, if we made an offer on the lead, if we put the property under contract, if the lead was closed, if the deal was closed, sorry, and so on, right? And behind this, there's different automations that are going to help you and help your team. They're going to send you notifications. They're going to assign tasks to your team. They're going to notify them. For example, if you have a lead in the new lead stage for more than 2 days or for more than a day, the CRM is going to be like, hey, what's going on? Follow up with this lead and make sure that you take care of making sure that we contact them, right? So these leads that you see right here, this is of course a demo account, so nobody has been managing these leads, and these all are test leads, right? But they all have been followed up with. So for example, if you have a Facebook lead coming in at midnight, you are not going to be taking care of their lead or calling them at that time. So that's what the CRM is for. You're going to see that the automated messages have not been going out because this is not even an actual phone number. This is just a test, right? So nobody has been following up with this lead, but the CRM has. Okay, you can even like send automated voicemails. So that's also very important. If you're using another CRM, make sure that you use their automation tools, if they have automation tools, to make sure that you set up a follow-up with the lead at least 5 minutes after they come in. It is very important for you to contact that lead as soon as they come in. As soon as you see them coming in, make sure that you or your CRM is following up with them, right? Because they're not only going to fill out your form, probably they're going to fill out other people's ads. So you want to make sure that this opportunity is yours. So yeah, that's kind of what it has. Has automated follow-up. It has many other tools in here, reporting, helps a lot with visibility, with tracking. We even provide you with landing pages, service forms, in case you need to use them for your ads or anywhere that you want to add a landing page for people to be able to opt in. You can do that as well. So it's pretty much ready. You just have to set it up. If you're interested in getting this CRM, I'm going to be attaching the link of the CRM here in the description of this video, okay? Either way, make sure that you stay organized with your leads and you don't lose the opportunities, because you are spending money in Facebook, in ad spend. So make sure that you get the most out of that, okay?
All right, a lot of wholesalers complicate running Facebook ads in order to get motivated sellers. And I'm gonna present to you a masterclass on how to actually do this properly, but most importantly, how to actually be profitable with advertising campaigns so you can scale wholesaling businesses, flipping businesses, get motivated sellers that have the intention to sell, and do this correctly for a long-term business run. So let's dive into this.
All right, let's dive into the masterclass of the anatomy of a winning ad. A lot of people want to figure out how to actually create a proper ad for advertising to get motivated sellers. And this is what we specialize in. All right. So the first things, if you don't know who I am, my name is Esteban Andrade. I own a company called Hustle Media or motivatedselleronline.com. And we get you sellers. We get sellers. That's everything we do. That's what we specialize in. We've been doing this for 5 years already, and we work with over 400 real estate investors and wholesalers and flippers. And we are exceptionally great at doing this. Now, my goal with this masterclass right here is to actually save you time and ultimately money so that you can just go back and go home and start doing this yourself, right? Let me just position myself here. This is the exact blueprint, all right? Now, if you're watching it in YouTube, use the speech controller so that you can watch it at 1.5x or whatever, right? Or 2x. Now, in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to show you how to easily and repeatedly create a new winning ads for your wholesaling and flipping business so you actually never short on leads again. You always have leads coming in. I'll cover the 1 million REI acquisition system, a complete framework to generating motivated seller leads, nurturing prospects, and closing profitable deals, and what type of offers actually win at the end of the day, right? And why. Building a winning ad in 2025 and beyond, plus a free bonus resource that has helped many investors double and triple their lead flow in just a few weeks. Now, this is for investors who have tried ads and didn't work out, thought about exploring paid ads but don't know where to start, paying an agency but not seeing great results in their deal flow or return of advertising spend. Or maybe you're even running a Google Ads campaign, PPC, and then you want to just attach Facebook with it. Now, let's dive into this is our results. We generate tons of results for our clients. Thousands of REIs are currently using this in 2024, 2025. All right. And the exact system, clients have used it to generate appointments and live transfers with people that really need to sell their house. So we have a few Google reviews. We have a podcast showing exactly how to grow a six-figure and multiple six-figure a month business. These are a few clients from Boardroom Mastermind. Now, we all know Facebook, Google, TikTok, and YouTube. All this ultimately generate a lot of inbound closed deals. And the truth is, a lot of people are doing it wrong. But we generated over $30 million in just 4 years from $10,000 to $30,000 average cost, average deal size, right? And this means that for every 10 to 20 leads, we get a deal, all right? Now, we use this in a daily basis to actually go on news feeds or watch videos, search online, and look at how many users ultimately this has. Google has billions of users, YouTube has billions of users, Facebook has billions of users. And it just makes sense that motivated sellers are in Facebook and in Instagram. Now, why online lead generation at the end of the day makes sense? 92% of motivated sellers usually start going online and searching for a solution. And 70% ultimately find a solution online. 74% of motivated sellers will work with the first investor that they would like and they have a conversation with. So you have to have the conversation. And with Facebook, it's notorious that you ultimately have those people that are just starting to get motivated or in the motivation stage, but they haven't done some sort of search, or ultimately they've never talked with someone about this. So your job is to get that contract done. Okay. Now, if you ever read the Four Levers section of the book Almanac of Naval, it talks about code, media, capital, and labor, right? So we will leverage 3 out of those 4: labor, media, technology. The other one is capital. So please grab a pen and paper, put your phone on silent, and let's dig into this. So before we start building any ads, we need to acknowledge something. Okay? Leads alone are ultimately useless. They don't matter. A name, a phone number is worth nothing unless you can turn them into from curious to interested, and from interested into paying customer. So that they ultimately sell the house to you, right? So this means outside of getting leads, you'll need to have a systemized process of communicating with, selling to, and servicing these people. And it's a lot to think about, but I'm going to simplify everything for you. There's 5 core functions of your REI business right here. The 5 primary areas of your business that need to run effectively for your business to thrive are lead generation, lead nurture, sales, TC and fulfillment, and ultimately disposition and retained buyers, right? So paid ads only work if acquisition is ultimately optimized. So lead generation, lead nurture, sales, right? And the rest, we got to make sure that it's being taken care of because you got to obviously close deals, right? Now, the goal is to charge more, get bigger deals, create multiple buying opportunities as you grow, right? And so on. That's why the motivated seller online funnel exists. So we have lead generation, Google, Facebook are running, right? We have ads with great offers. We have lead forms, ultimately, or even landing pages with forms themselves. We have lead nurture, where we ultimately make people schedule calls phone calls so that they show up. And these people are ultimately market qualified leads. And we have a few stages of the sale. All right. So we get the deal in the contract, we assign it to a buyer for a good profit, and we get buyers to buy more, right? The first thing we got to do is to start lead generation by mastering offers. So by mastering offer means that we have to have a function to create value for people and ultimately get attention and get them to opt in. So the more valuable your offer is, the more likely you're going to get someone to opt in and show interest. So opt in ultimately means to choose to do or be involved in something, right? So in case of marketing for your REI business, this means they choose to share their contact information with you and share an intentional contact information. Now, how do we ultimately create value? If you read $100 million offers by Alex Ramosi, you will know exactly that there is some things that you can do to ultimately create unlimited value, and you can do something with your packaging so that they feel stupid to say no. And that's what we're going to put into the advertising. So this is the value equation real quick. Value equals the dream outcome, right? So where they want to get, where they want to be, times the perceived likelihood of achievement. So has anyone else have done this before? And they will see it, right? In forms of testimonials, case studies, whatever, divided by the time delay and effort and sacrifice, which means that the faster we make something and the more convenient we do it, but we make it seem like that, that's how it ultimately will create a huge amount of value. So we increase the top and we decrease the bottom, that's high value. That being said, there's more perceived value in a sell your house cash in 7 days than there is in get a quote or get cash or we buy houses, which is exactly what everyone does and keeps doing. Like no one changes that. Everyone says the same thing. So how do we differentiate ourselves? So we always work to offer a result in time rather than a feature like a quote or a cash or buy houses, right? And we call this a define and program, define and method. All right. So a cash offer might be just part of your process, but it's not creating value in the prospect's mind. So, for example, high value offers 7-day fast cash close, 7-day hassle free top dollar program, 10-day no repairs top cash offer, 5-day home buying full price cash method, right? So compare all of this to free quote, cash offer, we buy houses. What feels more valuable at the end of the day, right? And at the end of the day, how do you differentiate yourself from the competition? The more valuable the offer is, the more likely you are to get someone to opt in and show interest. And the more motivated they're going to get started, all right? Plus, you'll be able to actually get better deals from it as well. So here's examples of a few power offers. Only professionals will be able to actually use it pretty well. Sell as is for full price. Sell as is, get top dollar. Sell fast, get above market value. We buy in pre-foreclosure, the top dollar cash offer method. The top dollar cash method, sell fast and make monthly income. So the goal is that after they opt in, you reset expectations and reframe it during the sales conversation. So for instance, you start a conversation, they're probably not going to remember what the ad says, but you're going to be like, hey, so you need to sell your house? Yes. Okay. So we buy houses many different ways. We buy houses cash, also creative. Based on this conversation, we're going to ask you a couple of questions about you and the property, and we're going to figure out whether this is a good fit for both of us. We don't buy all the houses, so I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, kind of where you are, where you need to be, and see if we can help. Cool. All right. And second, establish that we personalize offers to clients depending on their situation. So whatever we come up in this conversation, we're going to give you a specific customized offer for your property. All right. And for you. And then you continue the process as is. So objective is to lower the cost per acquisition or cost per deal. So for example,
let's say free cash offer or lame offer, cost per lead is $20 to $50, right? Let's just say that. CAC ends up being $4,600, which is cost per deal. The CAC equation, total ad spend divided total new clients equals CAC, or cost per deal. So CAC equation right here, a 30-day example. $9,000 divided by 3 new clients. That's $3,000 CAC, right? If it is 4 new clients, it's $2,250. So if it is 5 new clients, it's $1,800 CAC, right? With $9,000 in ad spend. So the lower your CAC is, and the more you collect, let's say within the first month or first cash conversion cycle, the more powerful your acquisition strategy is. This is how you win. So lower the CAC in the first month, try to get as much cash as possible. With wholesaling, you have about 45 days to 92 days of cash conversion cycle, right? So this is ultimately the LTV. Now, there's a free bonus I'm going to give you guys. There's a wholesaling ads crash course for paid ads, Facebook ads and Instagram, that you guys can actually download right now. So let me know in the comments if you need it. And you can also visit the Hustle Media YouTube channel to see a lot of case studies in Google. Look at this, so many, like hundreds. We partner up with people like Pace Morby in apartment complexes. We've been sub to leaders with Pace Morby and so on. And we've been in different podcasts like Ryan Pineda, Real Estate Disruptors, and Flipping, Science of Flipping. And we teach everything that we know for free. Okay. And as a matter of fact, Boardroom Mastermind, we've been an MVP award winner in one of the boardroom. And yeah, it was a great experience. We're goal givers. This is Jason telling us how he's been winning. As a matter of fact, he's been with us for a long time, a couple of years. Jenna, Gary Crawford, Jason, Kevin, Olivia, all these people are actually getting results. So check the description if you're watching this on YouTube, click on the link and get a free call with us ultimately. And if you're in a Facebook group, comment ads below our post and our team will hook you up. Okay. Now, for other free resources, join a Facebook group and learn how to access our free courses. Look us up at Hustle Media in all different social media platforms. Now, let's continue with this. Our funnel converts. This is the reason why. Clients see from 10 to 25 deals a month. Clients that offer cash, creative financing, and innovations increase their conversion to 13 to 15% closing ratio, and cost per deal ranges from $2,500 to $4,000. The average deal size range from $18,000 to $20,000 deal, and the ROI ranges from 3 to 7x ROI consistently year after year. And all clients ultimately that run ads for over 12 months have made money and a return of investment. So here's a monthly math calculator that you would have. If you want to get to $100,000 profit per goal, right? You have, let's say, a cost per lead of $150, right? And your contract to close is 70%. You have to invest $12,000 in marketing to lock up 7 deals and ultimately 5 close, right? And so here's another way to see it. If $20,000 in deal size, okay? If it's $15,000 in deal size, and again, $150 in cost per lead, now you have to invest $18,000 a month on ad spend, right? That will get you to $100,000 in profit. So the profit math just goes in one $15,000 deal, you'll get a $12,000 profit sale, and over time, 5.5x of ROI. Okay. Now, back to our examples. Now, if we have free cash offer and lame offer at $50, let's just say, that's 22% of leads that are going to close. That's a CAC of $4,200, right? Now, let's say the define end method
The leads will ultimately sell at 10%. Our cost per contract will be between $1,000 to $2,000, still with a 65 to 70% follow rate, and the cost per acquisition about $3,000. So you will have more leads with a lame offer potentially and lame way to actually uh, filter out leads, but your cost per acquisition will be more and you'll take more time. So the goal is to ultimately put in $1 in and get $3 back. But this can only be happening with the streamlined client acquisition process. So let's talk about the ad itself. We have to understand the big three building blocks to creating ads. The first one, creative, ad copy, and headline. Creative is pictures, videos, ad copy is text and description, headlines offer in the wrapper. The wrapper is how you package it. The building block number one, creative. The artwork, design, imagery, and other content meant to draw in users to engage with their ad. And it looks like this. So static creatives. And as a matter of fact, I can give you free creatives so you guys can use and a Canva link. It's in the course as well. So let's say bucket one, close deals, right? Now, the other creative is in Canva. Um, you'll see what works. We'll give it to you exactly for free. Now, the other one is direct to camera. So you'll have video ultimately. Have to go selfie, and or you can use a user generated content, which is ultimately actors. And there's many different UGCs that you can find in Fiverr or Upwork for maybe $80, $100, or I'll send you a link where you can actually generate UGCs. There's a website called Arcads that generates UGCs that are AI. So short scripts ultimately win. They will be 10 to 30 seconds max, right? That's what we need. And when you put it together, it's a really, really deadly combination. Building block two, the copy. The written information that aims to persuade, entertain, or educate your audience. So, for example, we have copy text all the way in the top, right? That gets the attention of the seller and gives the offer. We also have copy at the bottom, which is the headline, right? These are two copies right here that have worked so far. You can steal it literally. And a copy also goes in the creative. Remember the framework, right? So results driven frameworks. So the desired outcome. What does a prospect want to achieve? What are you promising to deliver for them? Stay focused on this. So that's how you're going to ultimately do the copy. In the course that I cover actually goes over how to create copy. But at the very top, you gotta speak to your audience. So who we want and who we don't want, right? Include the area as much as possible to be as very direct, as very concise of who we want. Do a direct offer and present an opportunity. The very on the middle, do a list of feature benefit, emojis and different formatting to keep attention, list benefits and also list pinpoints. And at the very bottom, add urgency and scarcity, a call to action, and ultimately what you want them to do next. This is important. So this is another type of copy that we have created. You can literally copy this copy right here, like XX County and YY County want a generous cash offer for your home, whatever. Just tap get offer button. This is where we apply scarcity, pain, benefit, time, what's included in the list, and so on, and then a call to action at the bottom. The building block number 3 is the headline. So, a short series of words used to grab attention. So, this is, for example, a short description of the method. So, right here, keeping the program, but renaming it here is called the wrapper. So, get an offer, sell as is, get top dollar, the home buying method, right? The cash full price home buying method, sell your house within 7 days with our new method. and so on, right? So here's a few wrappers or offers that we ultimately have done. These are some of the creatives that we have actually created. And in the course, we're going to give you a few templates. If you never knew, you can go to Facebook Ads Library, facebook.com/ads/library, and actually reverse engineer what your competition is doing. Now, mixing up the look is what really matters the most. We gotta be able to test different things and then find what is tested, has been battle tested and it works, and go dive into it. Put a lot of money into that. Okay. Final breakdown would be: here's one ad. You add pieces of winning copy framework into the creative. That works really well. Page business name is very important. Something that is relatable for your ideal client avatar. The hook, first line and copy, the wrapper, the benefit, time duration, eye-catching picture or video, call to action, wrapper, headline, and ultimately this is where the offer is too. And our longest winning creative is ultimately this one. It's kind of crazy. We took it from a newspaper in somewhere in Seattle, I think so. I copy pasted this and edited. There's two kids stripping, and it has been working for a long period of time. And I just added this full for sale by owner thing, and it has been working for years and gets a lot of attention from people. And actually, I created a lot of AI, different variations from this using AI. Another thing you gotta have is model the billion-dollar companies. Open Door offer pad for easy, fast landing pages. They have battle tested millions of dollars in advertising, so you don't have to do it, right? And the lead form is something that's going to allow you to capture leads fast, to make sure that you use high intent and you qualify by asking questions that are going to really be driving their pain point forward. You gotta retarget people that are on the fence. So have ads that are precisely made just for retargeting, and create retargeting videos. So these videos could be a selfie saying, "Hey, I'm here. I have helped other homeowners already. I want to help you too. I know that you checked out our ad but haven't taken the action. This is how I'm going to help you. Blah 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 blah." Click on the link below to learn more. The structure of a Facebook ad campaign. Here's what you're going to need: a business manager, Facebook page, ad account, one campaign, and 4 different videos or static creatives. And in the course, I go over this. So one campaign, one ad set, and potentially 2. Put 4 ads in there. Add housing category, lead generation, and choose campaign budget optimization to make it easier for you. The ad set level, you get an objective, create it, and select a lead form. In the course, we go over how to do this. Do open targeting. This works really well. Allow Facebook algorithm and AI to actually choose who to show with this, because as long as you have the right copy and the right placement and creatives and so on, Facebook is going to help you. Location targeting by counties. You can choose specific cities or 15-mile radius, and choose housing category, all English, and automatic placements. And the ad level, do 3 to 4 to start. All right, I'll give you some ads. Same ad copy text, same headline and button, 4 different creatives, 1 lead form, just test creatives, and ad tracking, YouTube parameters. There's a way to actually do this very, very easily. There's a few mistakes with online advertising and handling them. A lot of people do. They lack technology or AI. They have bad speed to lead to follow up. They don't have an amazing client experience. They avoid having real connections with the sellers. They address properly or concerns, and they don't have a framework to do that. And they don't follow a structured sales process and a sales sequence, like a conversation sequence. They're bad at persisting with lead nurturing. They don't leverage social proof or third-party stories, and they fail to track and measure KPIs. So if you
find yourself doing this right now, right? Or not doing this actually. Change up, you know you got to do it. Otherwise, lead gen, online lead gen is going to be very hard for you. So leverage technology, automation, that sends emails, text messages, and follow-up sequences, and so on. And also long-term, we actually have created a CRM for this based on Go High Level called REIRocketforce.com. And at the end of the day, I'm going to give you a final bonus. This is the ad copy swipe file that it has a lot of ad copies. All right. This will help you understand ad copy and so on, copywriting, and I'll give you different ads. I hope that you got a lot of value out of this masterclass. If you're looking for that course, hit the link below, give me a comment, subscribe to this YouTube channel, give me a thumbs up, and so on. Let's do this. See you guys. All right, let's go over this Get Sellers framework where making ads will never be hard again. This is our inbound lead gen framework for Facebook ads. Now, obviously, we got on the very top, we would have the name of the page right in here. In this case, we're going to call it Joe Home Buyer, right? I know that there's a franchise, has nothing related with the franchise or Joe Home Buyer, but it's just Joe, right? Now, what does it mean? Like the very top, we're going to see that we're going to have to write some sort of headline or some sort of copywriting, right? We got headline, we got copy, we got the video or creative or static, which comes in the shape of image or video. And right at the end, right in the bottom, will be the offer and a call to action, right? In this case, we're going to be choosing get offer, but learn more also works. So this is how it looks like on the phone. Majority of these people are going to be on the phone. But obviously there's people on desktop, but it's going to look the same. So headline. What does this headline has to tell us? First of all, the headline is what's going to initially be seen by the people. Then they're going to click on see more. So it's usually 3 lines that they're going to be seeing. And you should be able to display one, the offer, duration. You need to be able to get curiosity out of them. Ultimately calling out this specific people if you need to, like a specific type of audience. And as you go, you need to be as specific as possible too. Calling out any type of benefit or status that will get. And if there's an opportunity to also call out some sort of pain point or fear, that's something negative that is happening, that's where we take opportunity here. So for example here, well, we are we're buying houses in Alabama, or let's say we're buying houses in Miami, and we're offering top cash where we can buy your house in less than 7 days, right? Need to sell your house fast, challenging situations. So this is where we actually come in and say those things with copyright. The second thing, it's going to be the copy of the text, right? This is where we're going to be able to display the next things, the next features, be able to display our social proof, our evidence, and I'll walk you through the ad copy, obviously, like you'll know the ad copy and so on, but this framework will help you really understand a little bit more of how to create an ad. So again, headline, we can always put in the offer plus asking a question, generating curiosity. Need to sell your house fast, or selling your house is now easier than ever. Get a top cash offer in less than 7 days, or get top cash for your house in less than 7 days. Struggling to keep up payments, we've helped over 100 homeowners to sell their house around your area. And then you can be as specific as possible, right? Now, in the copy, where we actually be talking more, where we're going to be writing more about what they can actually earn, how, why they should trust you, how does it work. And this is going to be a little bit either a short form or a long form, right? I gave you guys an ad copy as an example. That one is a little bit of a medium form. not too long. And we need to make sure that these people know that there is a something that they can actually trust, and they can continuously open this ad so that they're indoctrinated more with about your offer, about your offering, right? Now, we should be able to answer a few questions, and a few questions is like, why should you why should they hear from you? Why they should trust you, right? Maybe some sort of social proof. How does it work? What is it that it's in it for them, right? What is it they got to lose? So you should be able to portray the benefits if it is in a checkpoint or point form. That's also great to do, just like the ad copy that I showed. Being able to talk about the status that they're going to be able to earn. So essentially selling your house and living a stress-free life, being able to move on, right? So here's, for example, where you say, hey, so that you can do whatever and describe whatever can happen after moving without any hassles, and being able to sell their house without any repairs and so on, so that you can continuously live a stress-free life. Here is the point where we actually add scarcity and urgency. This ultimately gives us implied authority, where we're going to be able to say things like, we're only helping 5 homeowners around your area to sell their house, and this offer is only available for this ad right now, right? Or you can say, but hurry, homeowners are applying fast, and we don't want you to miss out on this opportunity, right? So this is where we ultimately add those elements of marketing, which are scarcity and urgency. Let's go through the third one, image. We went about creating the image, creating the actual static, right? And this is where we ultimately are going to make them stop. This is where we control our CTR, for example. The headline also helps us with our click-through rate. Our cost per click is driven by essentially how many clicks or how much money we're spending per click, and ultimately is driven by, after what they see in the ad, how do they behave? All right. So that is driven by whatever it is that you put in here. Now the scroll stopper, for example, or the bait or just the hook comes obviously from the very top headline and the creative. So in this case, the number 3 and number 4, which are the images, that we're going to have high contrast pictures of houses that need a lot of repairs. Or for example, you can also do memes, and you can also do modified homes, or use AI for this type of thing, right? Using ugly like looking houses, big bold offers, big bold fonts, and so on. That's something that you can ultimately do, right? The video is something that is going to be attention grabbing. We can always use user generated content. We use platforms like arcats.ai or TikTok UGCs, or Fiverr.com or Upwork.com, and so on, in order to create these UGCs, or to create these actors that are going to give us a short form video. Short form video, there's many ways to do it. We go over a script and so on, but it's going to be less than 30 seconds. What you want to keep it less than 30 seconds, or even less than 15 seconds, to convey the message fast. Testimonials and mashups work extremely well. Like, it's one of the best things to actually do. So grab a seller. Make sure they always are asking for testimonials, video testimonials with sellers, whether that's in person with them or over Zoom and so on. Selfie style case studies work really well, where you can grab the the phone and actually do it yourself in front of the seller, or have the seller do that for you as well. You can test pro cameras or iPhones. Always add subtitles and making sure that the subtitles are big enough. You can always use platforms like CapCut or so on in order to do the editing. Make sure that your client praises the company itself, right? The client actually talks about the company, not about the owner, and so on. And obviously, at the very bottom, here's the offer and the call to action. Those are essentially the elements. Here's another way to see it of the framework. So we got headline, copy, image, and video. If you follow this description, I'm going to actually put together an SOP here and going over that SOP with you guys about creating a great ad, right? You will never run out of ideas. So I hope that this was huge added value for you guys.
Is going on. Let me know your week's objections this week. Like what has happened this week? What kind of objections you've gotten? Let me know in the chat. Love to chat with you about it. All right, all right. Today I'm gonna put my engineer hat. We're gonna go over about a few things, but before we jump into that, let's make sure that we send a last reminder to people in REIpreneurs in that Facebook group that we have. Sorry, in that school group that we have. Just so that they can comment here. We already have about 8 people, but I'd like to have a few others. All right. Hope you guys are having a great Thursday, great energy. So we're live here. And let's tell everyone that we're live. And I'm gonna make sure that, okay, we are live in the objection challenge. Okay. The process. All right. We are going over the engineered objections process live. All right. So I think Jesse had to run to the hospital, so that's why he couldn't get there. But I'm going to tell the entire everyone that we got this going on. All right. Again, drop all your objections that you guys have been getting in the last few days, last few weeks. We'd love to discuss that. All right, so as a lot of you guys know, you guys come from this group, or you guys are clients, or you guys are just part of the mastermind that we have, the free mastermind and so on. We invite certain people, like for example, here every time we invite people that look legit and are not going to just spam this kind of thing. With school, it's a new thing, so we got to be very careful about who we decide to actually have this, because we're going to be plugging in more courses as we go. We have more courses, surprise courses going on. And today I'm putting my engineering hat on. Let me tell you why I'm going to put my engineering hat on, guys. So I don't know if you guys can hear me properly, but the reason why I'm putting my engineering hat on is because everything that I see in terms of business and systems, I see it as a flow chart, as a flow map, right? I see things as a process, step by step. I see as a guide. I see it in my head. Sometimes I see things in 4D and it could evaluate it by putting it into like more of a visual representation. So I'm just gonna give you a quick example here. So objections, what's the best way to handle objections? Obviously, to handle those objections that could ever come out before those actually happen. And then if they do happen, what happens? So as an example, here's how I see and I put together things in a business or in a process. This is the recruitment process. We're not gonna go over the recruitment process, but this is just one example. So I wanna show you guys that for almost everything, there is processes and there is systems, right? And I want to share that with you guys because it's important Hustle Media, our companies, and Remote Latinos, our recruitment company, have a recruitment process. They have a sales process. They have a how to handle the client process, an onboarding process, also on. So you, as a responsible business owner in the real estate and wholesaling space, should definitely have a map. But not only that, but it should also have a checklist of things, two ways to consuming this. Because if you have it only visually like this, a lot of people are not going to be able to read it, and a lot of people are not going to 100% understand what we're trying to say. Because some people are visual, some people are impaired in both, but like some people are visual, some people are just listening, people see videos, people read stuff, so they're able to do it. But there are some minds that can go over something like this, which is the actual REI sales process on the consultative approach, which is essentially how Jesse does it. Jesse Bush, who is our closer trainer, and how Steve Trang and Ian also do it. And this is the consultative approach. What does it look like? I mean, what does that mean? It consists in two parts. The first part is having a diagnosis call or discovery call, that we call it that way, right? So discovery call is where we discover everything that we need to do and we need to discover from the sellers in a 15 to 20 minute, 10 to 20 minute conversation where we're essentially doing a triage. And the second call is an offer call, or in this case, it could be called the home selling game plan call. You can call it how many ways. Maybe you guys can come up with your own method, your own naming convention. We call it the home buying game plan call, right? Or home selling, depending on however you want to like put the language, right? So let's go here. As an example, right in here, discover call process. You can also break it down into more of an individual thing as opposed to seeing the entire thing. But why is this important? Why is understanding that there is a flow map? Why is this understanding that there is a sort of flow chart for the discover call, for the offer call, or let's call it home buying game plan call. Okay. Why is it important to see it this way? So that whenever you're going about this with your team and you're seeing that there is maybe specific issues that you're getting objections or something that's not going through, people are not showing up to the second call, people are not responding in a positive way, you can always go back to your process. So for example, here, you can always go back to your process and see what is going on, what is wrong with your process. Even going through the contract has a process, right? So that's how I see it in my engineering hat. Here, for example, the discovery call, I have a script, and the script is just a guide to go over what we need to go over in terms of how we're going to go about the phone call conversation. It's just a guide. So here, for example, here's the discovery script. That script has also a few checkpoints that we gotta go for, where there is the intro, there is the next steps of that script where we set the frame, then we start diving into the seller's motivation or pain points, challenges, and so on. We uncover any obstacles that could happen. Again, pre-handling objections, finding motive, property condition, pre-handling objections or obstacles, and so on, asking for a price, and so on, and then doing a pre-pitch so that you sell for the next call. What's the next call? Again, the offer call / the home buying game plan call, right? But if you go back and start actually just putting it together, right, or just picking it apart step by step, we can see that in this flow map right here, we can see that in this flow map, there is a part where seller picks up the phone, there's an introduction, there is information gathering, there is a transition, and then you book a call, right? Super simple. But each one of those skill sets or each one of those segments, they have their own things that you got to go through. And in order to truly be able to do a really good job at a closing and getting a contract, you have to do from step one all the way to the end. You have to do it really well. That's why it takes such a specific individual to actually consistently close deals at a consistent level at a high percentage. Now, this is not counting whether the lead is going to pick up the phone. This is not counting whether the lead is going to show up to the appointment. This is not counting whether the lead could be a funnel hacker or someone that is spying on your process. This is not counting whether it could be another wholesaler or realtor. This is counting that there is a homeowner that wants to sell the house, right? So we're getting that confirmation that actually someone wants to sell a house. And potentially the first thing that you want to do in the introduction is like making sure that this seller needs to sell a house and confirm that this is the intention of the conversation. And then you can go to the next things. But objections can be all gathered once we cover the beliefs, the 7 beliefs, the buying beliefs that people have. And again, pain questions, property questions, doubt questions, which means that, hey, I'm being asked questions, which means that I'm being asked questions that I don't have the answer. I'm being asked questions that whatever I'm saying doesn't make sense. And this is in the seller side. I'm getting some sort of, I'm having some doubt that I can do this by myself. So you're creating doubt, right? There's financial questions, price questions that would ultimately help us identify that this person is a qualified person or that they're within our criteria. There's a trust and solution questions, whether they trust us and that they trust that there's a solution towards getting them help. Cost questions, cost of them not doing anything, and where we ultimately understand what's the urgency and so on. Why now? Why are they reaching out now? Why are they triggering? Why they're saying yes, I need to sell my house right now, right? What are those deep rooted things that we gotta figure out? The desire questions, right? And support questions, which is ultimately partner or spouse. But some of these are actually obstacles that if you don't uncover these obstacles, you will have them in the home buying game plan call or the offer call. This is the second call. Now I'm teaching you guys, I'm going to show you guys the 2-step call because I believe is the most effective way to actually get a deal. Now there's the efficient way of getting deals by doing a one call close, but you're actually buying houses and you're actually buying houses where you get profited 10, 20, $30,000 or more every single time. So why not take time to actually get those deals? And also, why you want to pressure in a one call close to get a contract done when you can fully have an experience for your seller and you can do it in a 2-call close. Again, most of the time, which is the ideal discovery call length, someone that is a skilled lead manager or an appointment setter can do this. You can also have closers do this if you don't have appointment setters just yet. But obviously, you're taking away time from them from actually focusing on doing home game plan calls or offer calls and following up and closing deals and ultimately getting them to the contract if you get the closer to actually do this. So this specific thing, right? This specific thing right here that I'm showing you guys, it should be done by a qualified lead manager or appointment setter that will essentially triage the people. And this appointment setter should be able to uncover all the obstacles that we could have during um, during the potential offer call, right? So what's the offer call? That's the second part of the sales process. And the game plan call, where it'd be like, hey, this is how we're gonna buy your house. This is the offer that we're gonna give you. These are the next steps. And then obviously you gotta uncover everything beforehand, so that when you actually drop your price or when you actually drop your offer, then there's not many objections that you have to handle, because you will always handle objections. But Ian and Jesse, they're not here right now, but they always talk about you are doing some sort of Socratic questioning in order to figure out those objections that could happen. We can also label the pre-objections, or we can label pre-objections as obstacles, right? And most of the objections that we want to make sure that we figure out, there's 7 beliefs that would not make a seller move forward. But the top ones are partner spouse influence decision makers, right? So how do we create Socratic questions about that? And during the conversation, how do we uncover those obstacles? The timeline, right? So ultimately, what is the actual desire of this person doing this, and urgency, right? So timeline, urgency, that's ultimately something that we need to understand. And those are obstacles that we will always have, because some sellers be like, yeah, I mean, it all sounds good, but I have to do this first, and then I will be able to sell my house. Well, if that objection comes out, you didn't uncover that obstacle. And they should be put in the notes from your appointment setter or your discovery call, which is the first call that you ever have, right? Or discomfort or logistics, like something's happened, like this is more of a logistical standpoint, that it's an objection that, and again, top 4 objections, there's many more objections that could happen. But logistically, people can't decide to move forward. Money is the next one, which is like, well, this is not really exactly the price that I wanted, and they're just having some sort of objection. The other objection that also could happen, and this happens a lot in B2C or B2B as well, is fear, right? And fear comes out from it could be many different things, that why fear actually come out, and why that is. And it's totally normal. It's usually nerves, because they need a mental push to be helped and be moved to the next step, which is ultimately accept your offer, working with you. And that fear could be attached from many different things, which could be, I was working with another wholesaler and they messed me up. I was working with another realtor and they messed me up. I don't trust strangers, their first call, their second call. I never seen your website, never seen your brand, never seen your company. I don't make decisions right away. I actually have never sold my house ever before, and I have the fear of losing that money. Like, there's many of things that could happen. And again, that one is something that not necessarily we can uncover right now in the objection handled part or pre-objection handled part of the discovery. That's something that would eventually come out in the closing call slash offer call slash home buying game plan call. But a good setter would be able to identify whether they trust as well, whether they are speaking with other companies as well, whether they are they have had bad, some sort of bad experience before. And a good setter, a good person that does a discovery call, is able to ask those questions and figure that out through the proper onboarding, through the proper discovery questions, right? This discovery process. Again, this is just a process. That's how I see it, right? And it needs to be a dynamic process, because you can't just be like reading step by step and sounding like a robot. It's a flowing conversation, right? I don't know if you guys follow RJ Bates, but RJ Bates actually has a very similar but different process where he actually places asking for a price right at the very top. So his price objections, whereas financial price objections, he puts them all the way here. And he asks for the price right away, and then asks for the pain questions, and then at the end asks for another price because he's already gone through a process of, okay, you've told me about pain, you've told me about the property. This price that you told me in the beginning does not make sense. Something that actually makes sense is, what is it? So based on the conversation, what's the price that you have in mind of selling your house, right? You raised your hand for a reason. You went to Google for a reason. You went to Facebook for a reason. What is that? Tell me, what is that price that you're looking to get? If they don't know, that's totally fine. That means that they have not done the research. They're not 100% educated. They may need some guide. You're here to help them. And you could potentially do a logical sale at that point, or a logical walkthrough at that point. All right, so I love to actually have a few chats. Joshira Lopez, yes, a copy of what? You want to have a copy of the RBI sales process? Yeah, I can 100% give you guys this. We actually have also the 2 scripts. Now, mind you guys, I've been doing sales for maybe 4 years now, not as long as many people have. However, I have been doing millions for over 4 years, which could be different on how long other people have done. Now, there's a difference in about being sales and actually being able to understand for sales as a process and actually closing high level deals. And that's why this is such a transferable skill. Now, if you're fully B2B where you have to go through multiple decision makers, which is another type of business, that's another thing. But we are in a service business. So we are in service business to owners, right? I'm in the service business to other investors, to other businesses. I have a marketing company and I have a recruitment company. So having a discovery script, right, or a discovery framework, and also having a game plan framework or home buying game plan framework or home selling game plan framework, offer framework, offer call framework, or whatever you want to label it, right? It's very important. And then the next step, after you give the offer, they accept, on the contract is happening, there's another framework, there's another process post-closing, right? That's the onboarding of your client. That usually is done through transactional coordinators that help, which are essentially your account managers. That's another topic. That's another story. I'd love to cover that at another point. But it's so important to understand that in this, like, you're doing 80% of what the setter is doing and the closer and the second call is doing is selling. Then the rest is just you close. Like, the sale is what happens before they say yes to, or you drop the price, or you ask for a price. Close is what happens after you drop the price. So if you don't know how to sell, and obviously I'll cover everything in order to have a better close, right? Then the close just becomes more complicated, harder. Because once you drop the price, once you drop what the offer, you ain't putting it in. Somebody else put it in. I don't know if you guys can you guys hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So look, I got some phone. Let me do some phone calls.
Dominic, I think we can hear you. Let me mute him right here. All right. Thank you, James. Okay, perfect. So if you if you go all the way here, which is this is basically, people are not going to get an offer here, right? But you're essentially uncovering everything that you need. You're discovering their needs, their true desires, their current situation, where they want to be, the situation, like the property condition, and you ask questions, again, questions that are the beliefs that would stop these people from making a next move. If you don't uncover those things and psychologically fully understand that, make them fully understand that if they don't do something about this, they're going to continue being stuck in the same place. Things are going to go worse. If they try to try themselves, it's not going to work. If they go to other companies, it's not the best experience, and they shouldn't be doing that. If they are trying to hop around from place to place, company to company, they're not gonna get anywhere, and they're gonna get continuously be stuck. If they don't, if they don't take action towards these things, their pain will continue, right? And I spoke in the podcast of Real Estate Disruptors recently about the 5 stages of awareness. And the 5 stages of awareness is people are fully unaware that there's a problem. That's the first one. The second one is that people are aware that there is a problem, right? So the first one is unaware. They're unaware that there's something going on. They're just like living in their life. They're about to lose their home. Something's going on. They're so unaware, whatever, right? The first one is people are aware that there's a problem. The second one is people are aware there's problems. The third one is that people are aware that there is some sort of solution. The fourth one is that, they're aware that there is a product or a service, a wholesaler, in quote unquote, a home buying service, a real estate investor that can help them with the problem, that it's a solution, and it's a service or a product, right? And the fifth one is that they're fully aware. They've been doing research, they've been trying it themselves, they've been going about it, they've been going online, Facebook groups, buy and sell groups, Google search, asking around, looking at realtors. Those ones are very, very hot, but those are only about 1 to 3% of the population. So what do we do with the rest? We need to be able to make them go through an entire process, right? So if you do this right from the very beginning, your entire throughput gets better, which means that if you do this from the very beginning, where your discovery call is the best, you pre-handle objections, or you find the obstacles really well, and you're able to close deals here in the offer call / home buying game plan call, your closing ratio is going to go higher, which means that you're going to close more deals, right? And yes, it's sales, but it's also being able to fully plug and play the solution that this seller ultimately needs. And we're talking about also giving the right offer, giving the right type of terms or home buying service. In this case, a lot of clients, a lot of people are currently doing novations. So if you're able to wholesale through the MLS, for instance, or just wholesale another type of deal, which could take a little bit longer to close, but still it's a way to ultimately do it, because the market has actually become more sophisticated, right? It changed. Then you're also going to increase that likelihood of finding a solution for the seller, right? So yeah, just share. I'm going to send you this 100%. I want to go over real quick here, potentially objections that could happen in here. Let me see here. There's a document right here, so that it's very easy to see. All right, who wants this discovery call script? Because this is something that I would love to 100% help you guys with, the discovery call. Maybe in the next call we could do the home buying game plan call, but discovery call consists in introduction, right? Opening connect report, set the proper frame, right, of how the conversation is going to go. Figuring out, obviously, like, hey, are you actually buying? Are you actually selling your house, and so on? finding motive, so deep motive, which is ultimately the challenges and pain points. And you need to use a lot of Socratic questioning in order to do that. And then finding more about the property. To be honest, the property doesn't really matter as much as their motivation, even though the property condition is what's going to help us, obviously give a better offer and understand like how much we can discount. And asking the property conditions will create doubt on the person's head because, oh my God, this guy's asking me about my roof. And guess what? My roof is shit, or my bathrooms haven't been changed, or the floor is just not there. It's not it. I haven't done anything to my property in the last few years. So it's creating doubt, obviously. And then pre-handling objections or finding the obstacles, right, based on certain beliefs, is truly, truly important, so that the setter takes down notes, right, and will fully do a handoff or handshake to the closer. Then you ask for the price, right? So what would be the price that you'd be looking for, right? Then you do a pre-pitch, or ultimately want to make sure that you sell why they should be going to an offer call, or to a home buying game plan call. And this is like the tricky part, guys, for a lot of setters, because the motivated seller or the homeowner does not show up to the next call, or there's not enough motive for them to do it, just to have another call where they're going to have an offer. Now, ways to enhance it is by doing a pre-pitch. Like, in the next call, you're going to be matched with one of our acquisition managers that have helped more than 100 homeowners around the county of X or Y. And they've all gone through different situations similar to you. And he's going to go through 3 steps that we use in order to buy a house. The first one is this, the second one is this, the third one is this. And these steps have helped people get an offer very quick, get cash for their house, or just ultimately find a solution to move out of their convenience. So in the next call that I'm going to be doing for you, you're going to be talking about how that works, how that's going to work specifically for you, and ultimately what would be the best offer for your current house. Based on notes that I have, I'm going to give it to them. You probably are going to see them in person, or if this is remote, this is going to be a Zoom meeting. And this Zoom meeting where we're going to go in, we're going to send you a Zoom meeting on your calendar. We're going to go in for you to fully pay attention. We may share you a few things on the screen. And if we end up being a mutual fit, we end up working together, right? Boom. And then you set the expectations for the next call. So they need to be, ultimately in a good place to ultimately listen to the entire conversation, pay attention, write down notes, whatever expectations you guys want to have from the sellers, right? So I could potentially share this. These are a lot of the lessons that I have gotten from me building, 7-figure businesses, and also helping other 6-figure and 7-figure REI businesses. So I love to ultimately share this with you guys 100%. In the next call, we could potentially just go over a role play on this. Right now, I don't have a lot of time, but I love to give you guys this flow map. I love to give you guys the access to the discovery call and so on. You guys will see also access to the home selling game plan call, or offer call, that a lot of people call it the offer call. I like to call it the home buying game plan call, or home buying or home selling game plan call. Like, I like to give name to the method that we have, because you sound like you have a unique mechanism to helping your clients, right? Which is a way to psychologically selling. So yeah, I mean, what questions you guys have for this? I know that I cover a lot and I was just talking. You guys have any questions, drop it in the chat. James, you're the only one with the camera. That's amazing.
Or can you hear me if we talk like this, or do we got to put it in the chat?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I was going to ask, so what do you think the percentage is overall of like the fall through rate for the next call?
Well, it depends on the industries, right? But if you have a 50 to 70% show rate, that's pretty common. You should be aiming to optimizing for more than 70%. So, for example, us in our business, we have about 70%, but that's there's a few things that we do in order to increase the show rate. The setter makes them do a homework, for example. So the setter or the lead manager would be like, hey, I want you to check out these testimonials that fully relate to what your case is. There's a video that explains exactly what's in it for you, other people that we have helped, and how we actually work, right? Fully. And going through that video will help you understand what's in it for you so that in the next call, we'll give a specific customized offer for you. We also would do a three-way with the closer, potentially on a not a FaceTime, on a iMessage, right? So, hey, this is the acquisition manager. I just wanted to do a three-way here with you so that you have it. So that, becomes more personalized, right? We could also add them to social media. It also becomes even more personalized. The setter has a goal, and the goal is to make them go through the journey, consistently help them go through the journey. So, they come in from a bucket of lead sources, right? And the different lead sources have different levels of responsiveness, right? And then the setter takes that person and does the discovery, qualification, pre-objection handling, understands a lot of things, and sets them up for the next call where the acquisition manager would ultimately be going over the game plan for them to sell their house with us, right? And but the setter will also make sure, one, that they show up to that first call, right? Or the setter can take the call right there in out of the blue, or there's a discovery call actually booked, right? When they book it, they go through an experience, and then when the call is booked, we gotta increase as much show rate as possible. That is done through a lot of personalization, indoctrination of you to them. So your company needs to be indoctrinated in their head. So for example, they say that a buyer, or in this case a seller, like a prospect, needs to consume about 7 to 11 hours of content, whether that's written content, video content, fully be indoctrinated on your company and the way that you do things, that they fully are going to believe that this is the right thing before they make a decision. So if the setter makes them go through that flow, right? So watch these testimonials and case studies that we have, specific sellers that we help. This video, which is the homework video, it's a pre-game plan video. It's a pre-offer video, which goes about what is that we can do for them, why should they choose us, what's our credibility in things that we've done for others, the how does it work, the processes, right, and the different options that we may have for them, and then what do they have to lose, which is almost nothing. And that could be one video that it's called the video sales letter that you can create in order for them to even consume more content. And that is going to include, right, like your methods, the testimonials, the case studies, the reviews, all of this good stuff, right? That, again, indoctrinates the person to move forward to the next steps, right? So the acquisition manager may have trouble getting that person on the second call if they don't show up. But if you do things like that, personalize the process, then it can work. Another thing that you can do, and this one requires a little bit of level of skill and practice, is that you can come up with an offer within the first hour of having a conversation. You can come up with an offer within the first 30 minutes of having a conversation, and then the next 30 minutes or the next hour could be a live transfer to the closer, right? So instead of setting in a second appointment where there's a probability for them to show up, it could be a live transfer. Literally do a live transfer to the closer, because that's the moment when they're more hot, right? It's a too cold close, but it's a live transfer, which means that instead of setting an appointment and risking it for them to not show up, you could do an entire handshake with the closer, right? And then the closer, where the acquisition manager jumps in, and then ultimately finishes the deal, right? But I still like to book a secondary appointment for them to fully be more indoctrinated about us. That's me. Also, logistically speaking, a live transfer sometimes is a little bit more challenging, because sometimes the closers and acquisition manager are very busy, right? So they're not available all the time. So that's why I like doing an appointment for the game plan home buying, the home buying game plan call, right? And yeah, so I could give you a checklist also on other things that you can do to increase show rate, but for that second call, aim for 70 to 80 show rate. If you're having an amazing show rate for that second call, which is about more than 80%, is because you're doing things really well, and you're making the prospect go through like a really good journey, and that person shows up, right? But either way, from that second call, you should be closing, like you should be aiming to close one out of, depends on the channel, right? On the lead source. But you should be aiming to close 1 out of 15, 1 out of 20, 1 out of 25 max if it is an inbound channel. If it's like an outbound channel, like cold calling, you're gonna take more time. You're gonna take more leads. So the closing percentage is lower, right? Even though it's cheaper. So yeah, man, I hope that answered that question.
Yeah. I really like the what you said about the personalized, giving them something to study or look at after the first call. I'm wholesaling right now, so I really wonder how many other wholesale companies are really sending them videos to watch,
Not a lot.
testimonials.
Not a
Yeah,
lot.
so you could stand out from the bunch just by doing that alone.
Yeah, man. And a lot of companies, they call it the credibility package. I call it the pre-demo homework, right? The pre-game plan homework, the pre-offer homework. So it's a homework that they gotta do in order to ensure that the seller is sold on you even more. It's indoctrinated, right? It's getting content. So it's not just a PDF. Could be a PDF with videos, but it's like a video, right? It's literally going over. There's actually 6 questions that video should cover, and I'll show you which ones.
Yeah, like right now, like part of my process is like when they fill out the form on Facebook or wherever, fill out the form, and then my system will send them a text, and within that text there's a link of how it works, like what our process is before the call. Get pictures ready of the house, the certain steps that we take and all that stuff, but adding another, like you're saying, for the second call, that would even be like, 10 times better.
Oh yeah.
Makes
Look,
makes sense.
So here um is the 6 questions that people should be answered in that video and PDF, or video PDF, could be a combination, could be a PDF that has a video in it. And that's the package they send them. It's like a pre-game plan cat package. These are the 6 questions. They should 100%, obviously they can do more. They should 100% have these ones. How is this different from everything else that I've seen? What's the unique mechanism? And you can call it the JT home buying method. What's the JT home buying method? It fuses the MLS, cash offers, full price, and being a seller's advocate. I don't know, whatever. Which means that you're not stuck only in giving them a cash offer, but the cash offer is not something that makes sense for that seller. You also give them innovations, for instance. So how is it different from everything else that I've seen? Unique mechanism, right? 2, what's in it for me? 3, how do I know that this is real? Usually it's credibility, testimonials, right? Google reviews, case studies with other homeowners. That's why it's very important to have those, right? 3, how do I know that this is real? Well, I have a full stack of evidence that I have helped other people. Why should I trust you? 5, how does it work? Literally, you can explain to them how does it work. You'll show them how hard it is to actually sell a house, right? And then they be like, oh my God, they're gonna do so much, and there's all these different options. I'm gonna do this. And the 6th one is like, why do I have to lose, right? So those are 6 questions that you can answer within that, call it video sales letter or PDF and video sales letter presentation. That is a full stack of credibility, right?
Right.
So I hope that helped.
Yeah, definitely, dude. I'm gonna get that taken care of. Makes a lot of sense, except the only part so how does it work? I send that on the first intro text just because it's like part of getting them ready for the first call, what to expect, how does it work, what's the process. Because I want them to be, I don't want to wait.
How many
waste.
people do you think that, sorry, James, my bad.
No, you're good.
How many people do you really think they actually read it?
Well, my system shows me when they open it, it's a trigger link. So it's like 30% right now, people that open it. I kind of thought it's the way that I have it into the text. So I was going to play around with like different ways of putting it in the text because it's kind of a little funky right now, to be completely honest. But yeah, it's like real low. I mean, 30%. On the right side of my system in my CRM, it will show all the stages that they went through from Facebook to my system, like what page through the website and all that stuff. So it will show if they clicked on the trigger link, and then it will show if they even went to the page. Did they read it? I don't know, but it shows that they went there at least.
Yeah. Are you a client of ours?
No, not yet. I'm just kind of starting out. Been getting it going for like the last few months. I've talked to your team and everything though, a few times. Just kind of waiting on getting the right steps in place.
Yeah, man. Whenever you're ready. And well, I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. For those that showed up, congrats. Props on you. I don't know what happened with the rest. Usually more people show up, but next time let's do a better. I guess it's the emails. I'm not sure. Did the last Did the last message that I sent go through? It probably did. Huh.
To be honest, I didn't get. Well, I got one email yesterday, and then I got a school message or like a notification today. That's all that I got to know about it.
Okay. All right, man. Well, thank you for being here, man. And let's crush it. Continue crushing it.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? No, nobody more? No, not any other questions? All right, cool. All right, guys. If you guys are have some media clients, if you guys need all these resources, let us know. We'll give it to you. If not, I mean, you can find things in Ariapreneurs 100% as well. Let's freaking go. See you guys.
Thank you.